Let's appreciate them. It's a back-to-back win for them. Congratulations to you. You are the radio program of the year 2024. Congratulations to you. Ekosiisen.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio. Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ekosiisen On Asempa for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language of the year.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen On Asempa, which is part of the multimedia stable, for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language of the year. Shall we do a big round of applause for the team as they make their way here onto the stage?
Congratulations, Obi and the team.
We wish you well. We wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. He knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososa, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okudjeto Blakwa and Moten and Kano.
Obi,
yes.
I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC,
yes.
They come here.
Yes.
You ask the relevant questions. Issues are discussed, and I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up, keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi. Consistently practice your law. You can combine, you can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism, do your media work, but practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Bibi Aboko.
Oh, Osei, Bonsu, Amwa. Medi Amwa na count your own. I said, man, no, was any union was able to. Obi, Mobile Juma, Mobile Juma, Yabana, Yebihusi, and Yachi, say, Oba, na Shas, baby, and Yamidua Biduno. I also need the Rabba near the Akositag office. Because Yamia Yebi, Yamia Yebi, I share Juma Asempa FM, so more ye. Any education among the man Crawford. Now, we are there about one Crawford pass, started Afena, and Crawford Moduamoba.
Yeah, now beginning the year, right?
From Pondavis. On an Chetag, woman award. Or church say, before any investment, Kakaka. Said the Baya is Sika, a Bayan on. I'm saying, near beating, I can say,
freshest burger in town. What's your problem?
Obi. Yamiadum, device selection I can't eat. You have 2 wins so now. Well, also, why if Obi, Milim says, I will fancy, sir. Hey, I will hear fan. Miss Miko Convention, Apostolic Convention. So, why are you Pentecost? But Miko Apostolic Convention or Baltimore. Apostolic forward the law. Okay. Mrs. Ketchy, no money, Cromwell, and Obi, now it's not Obi, no one, I feel because I'm Obi, and I'm saying, I'm in Facebook into Pabisano. They love you too much. But why are they? Or price in the cost. It's a chair of some food now, or by woman who said, oh, Bomodi, now Tumpong.
Me, continue, mean, you, and me free Marco, go for Marco.
Yeah, best thing about being Comobio. Why?
You, the Frozen.
Within your say Bonsu.
Was able to.
Whom now frame me Obi, I'm a Joso. Why?
In his own Obi, I'm one and
Chairman Medase, Chairman Putin, a Central Regional Chairman, Hedima MPP. Hey, Chairman Putin, Rubikunipo. Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 the person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media and now show me Wikipedia or sign recognizing me as Freedom Jacob Caesar.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
and I make an acquaint to say Jay-Z.
Sean Carter.
Check it. Wikipedia is here. I'll be connected the two. Until I need your motion how any pa ebodino. No, mudi combining and no more yet search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that cheddar and a nick, and a nickname.
Cheddar nickname. I just say Obi. See with the cast cheddar Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Me that's it. So no pay. Me banam news of Uber. It is our ban. Material programs na my min send.
Oh.
Just say Obi banam say. And the idea na pia boba. Because I Uber to near Mascata diamond. That's what force me am African MP. Me that's so am quite sad. Me da Ghana force was.
Maybe Medase. I wish you very well.
You are also doing well. You've been able to hold on. The naysayers thought that you couldn't handle this program for all this while. And I think that you've held your own. And it's good you've bettered your lot as well, increased your capacity. So the line of questions are top notch. It is apt and it is proper. Why are they?
No, we're brutal.
Why are they? Where the 80 now granting interviews.
Amen. That's na me fa kunya osu enchia etifo nyina o mutie Ekosiisen dwumadi no na ebedo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi so fa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a woti na adwuma pa maye da be pem samrenti me sama muni yo muni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina.
But Obi na ankane na me sheda nim say we heavy sir. But say majuwadi.
What you made you?
Majuwadi ba utimbe de ba osa meka. Me ni junior ba kokọ court, circuit court bi mi modi.
Okay.
Na me junior na o announce no my lord Philip Osebo or the Philip Osebo.
I know say the Philip Osebo.
Body Philip Osebo na my lord chekunyam. Philip Osebo. Are you related to Obi of Asempa?
Hey!
Obekando na me tell say, I say yes my lord. You say penya. Nti Obi adu dia didi. Asempa boa. Enyo no duru Asempa na duru ho. Why ade enya na nsa do ho bonkofo yi a. Ka watra ho kra ka sabre anka ye gba yi Supreme Court ne ayi. Hey,
ye didi me din wo court.
Eni di judges net you. Judges what Ghana too. Obetie for information. Yes. You say me a judge I met you when this nigga san madum no.
I don't want me a judge no.
I'm better man you know. Say me a judge. Kamitia and this nigga san madum.
Oh yeah, then me ase.
Hey,
me ya there. Wow. Oh, that's nice.
Mama mo who judge kwa na okochia no. Boy I know Philip Bonsu Obi of us are you related to Obi of Asempa? You know be ka dey be na me tell say just say no no. Ka say yes. Adi here be sra dey age. Na fi na ba.
Oh nice. Wow. That's nice. Professor Stephen Kweku Asare. Yeah, that's a pa nyame nshao.
Obi me that's a pa also nyame nshao. Na twaso na Ekosiisen no mani nye kese next year be ba no na office no aye kese pa
dudu na Obi na eba Ekosiisen so a kawo no nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chairman so ka na Ekosiisen so de yero na mposa wo no ese kusi inti ya boma baso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so Ekosiisen na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The sana ya meka ya na mrebi mobo no mo ye program political program mo asante and now kamo ka station ewo eye gonja enka ye program ya bonra and na kamo kopie so ewo eye mampusia enka mo ye na yiri program na sisi ene mo won kan ide we gama Ekosiisen eno ano
sorry ya that's it.
Nice one.
Oribo Ekosiisen
Asempa FM. Ekosiise, Ekosiise, Ekosiise On Asempa FM. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode Asempa nabo.
Obi nie, Ekosiise nie, Bonsu awo mene sempa, debra ne mamba. Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so Obi, so
Obi. Yeah, it does. And at that time, muchira and direct minister muchira and direct say I say Erigwena yekano a Bank of Ghana ye charges are ye day yesebeya gold ni benya do do. Ento te say Bibo PMMC CEO and I say director BD say one mum na amaka biaba because any trade to do with agent no koto ye no agent there mouse ka say kokoto gold price ni koto gold for bla e ebra what on Saudi e aba sa ye also see an say Bank of Ghana pagani say near the bar retail market na price na ye turn no eno ana ye benya se bi kura be ka ho a bi ade oton ne no ade a che na price no cost no e be san ye dey appreciate it what man say sir entifia 2024 head ye see 2024 no last year san na ye ba office no gold a ye to ye dey reserve ni nyina na ye 45.3 tons 45.3 tons so 45.3 tons at that time na the value $3.1 billion 3.1 billion dollars artisanal you know say PPMC operation mon ton free that mon ton free it is 3.1 billion 2024 no Bank of Ghana a report to say a car your boy as a result of Yama Machiro no 4.84 billion Ghana cedis
for 3.1 billion dollars
a car your boy no 4.84 billion Ghana cedis now 4.84 billion no so we use a net exchange rate so would they 10.8 because and bank rate near 10.8 nyanta bank here 10.5 na bank for the 3 account here 10.8 so you see 10.8 no cry around $460 million 2024 and your car gold for reserve no a bottle ho obi what must say there $460 million but and it so back when woman say you book $460 million now you gold 3.1 billion at the year so when ya gold book so near see a cotton sike benya no e so a betun atua we see ayedai every hono anamewa but in the books there a sign reporting mechanism of Bank of Ghana omisu interbank rate you know sa loss we e no show here now NDC about power you introduce gold bond. Now, my background to the introduction of gold bond. In 2016, President Mahama now also took India. Now, Okoye program be honum. Went to me uncle to the vice president, then late Emisata on the Ekosiise nine. Okoye no. Ni speech or the nation say Ghana ne woman gold ayato aba hono. Around $500 and something million. And what the speech Prime Minister of India Ekasano and was by NCA record show say go there to every Ghana home 1.5 something billion
that's a smuggling more
one with disparities no na just say had here omutimi the from ko but we do hot there because of our system ultimi enti go there record say $500 million no a whole record say 1.5 something billion. And to me and Kasa, I was in the programmer, not President Mahama or Kasa as ministers, and no raise this issue. And no can say so there should be a mechanism. You bet me I'm making sure say you go no yes smuggle no bet me any na Ghana or Maya, the whole Africa. Before 2022, so we South Africa, and it also too. From 2022, you take your office.
Yes, number one.
Yeah, number one. Africa, you too good, because and yet then you too good, baby, Sana, and so on. Actually, na records says like a club in your 2 years. Number for now, a to gold must say, do no more day in Yaya. And not let the gold board concept in Yaya day, a bar say, yan set it up, institution, you have man mandate, legal mandate. Now what you your power. Better your gold no. Now where you say a union from na small gun every one my day. Ako.
That's few weeks ago, only the minority in Parliament a press conference.
Yeah.
I listened to a set of the press conference. What I gleaned from it, and they said, mo pese mo initiate a process for a parliamentary inquiry into the IMF report I can say a kebiaba in the operations of Gold Board and the Bank of Ghana the domestic gold purchase program no I was wondering say parliamentary inquiry for what, to do what, say based on the or the press conference why do we need a parliamentary inquiry?
Mamimo Abaso, only one of the few journalists metie ne attempt to describe what has happened there. We keep fidelity to what happened. Yes or no set a question for now inviting for say Omumbe answers our question. Only one of the few journalists was set it and I say what kind of BRDC and a press conference and the gravamen of that press conference they say request. In fact, I was to announce say you file a motion with Mr. Speaker requesting a parliamentary inquiry into the circumstances under which Ghana Boka at the time near say $214 million and yes say it will do $300 million by the end of the year as a result of gold transactions be between Bank of Ghana and Gold Board. Into a request for parliamentary inquiry. In fact, in the studio have me cry a copy of the
notice of motion.
The notice of motion, okay. No. And sana actual motion paper nankasa private members motion for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to investigate the gold for reserve scheme.
It will MPs baying or Monsashi way.
The motion is under the signature of Kojo Oponkroma, member of parliament of Fansia UB constituency. Chinibu Akudria Fuku, member of parliament, Manson Kwanta, Jerry Ahmed Shaib, member of parliament, Wejag Bawe, Vincent Ekowasifwa, member of parliament, Otafo, and Fred Che Asamoah, member of parliament, Ofinso North. Yena ye this motion we say. Akoma Mr. Speaker say ye pese parliament set up an ad hoc committee of inquiry to investigate the circumstances under which Yaboka $214 million heading to $300 million as a result of gold transactions between Bank of Ghana and the Gold Board. Now the Ekofa Bayini on the 5th of December, International Monetary Fund, after one more 5th review of the extended credit facility program Omni Ghana Omo publish a report. I'm Ghana members of the IMF. Okay. IMF are quite to say ku ubia to me kodumbi or mind to me kodumbi ukuma utia contributions. Na we a member one afibia IMF mpeni for ba ukrum ebe hwe won krate mu sene awotutu sikasem. Na afutu bi ana kwanchiri bi ho a one o maka kire 2 omoma IMF ni global investor community ni na ati asese say na ekoso. But so koju sika dia under an ECF to say dia ye woman na eno de omenye review to omo ba na betina say ya be review performance of the program. Ye wa ben mo no omenye review be miensa if my memory is right. We any review etosu mi nu a omo ne NDC aban foforo ya e ba ye aye. So this is the 5th.
Oribo Ekosiisen On Asempa FM Ekosiisen On Asempa FM Obi nebado Obibo Asempa FM.
Bonsu our Asempa. De brane mamba. Obi. Sum. Obi. Sum. Obi. Sum. Obi. Sum.
Biakuye bredu ti krom kwejino mumaye ninamo emfa akroye biakuye bredu ti krom kwejino enyanu mumaye ninaso obia yeso kana benam koso kana betumpon enti mumaye ninaso obia yeso kana benam koso kana betumpono
Safa pelisizo simnyama Iwasafa
isizo saba
Yamula mo
Anijalani mo Kaliza
Wimhele wemodo Safa pelisizo simnyama Iwasafa
isizo saba
Yamula mo
Anijalani mo Kaliza
Malenga kala Pasa pelisizo sinyama Iwasafa
isizo saba
Alamula
Anijalani mo Kaliza
Wemele wemodo
Sempanavo Obinebano Biba Obinebano Ode Sempanavo
Obinie Ekosiise nie Bonsu our Asempa De brane mamba Obi Sum Obi Sum Obi Sum Obi Sum Obi
Osafasa pelisizo simnyama. Osa.
.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumadi no asogo so a wotie no ma ye na munyina asene ensan mo makwa ababio emfa momra Ekosiisen so mede di Osei Bonsu from Yobi yatena say 6:30 p.m. and dwumadi eba awie se de munim de biarada we are still in the new year mood but the days are running and now the 7th day of January in the 7 days gone in the new year say oh bibi ya no I intend that's why we bring you the beginning the year right series every year for the past best 6-7 years we've been doing this just for you inti bos afia chassis bia no we give you the insight we here the wisdom insight we here to be able to make the year your best year ever. And for 2026, the same thing. In Mobashanenson, Eddie Amaye, and our third speaker for the beginning the year right series, no will join us in studio. Na yeneno Eddie and Komo Dr. William Otre Frimpong, or a medical doctor by profession and the lead coach our RoverMed Consult. He will speak to us on the topic living wisely in 2026. Living wisely in 2026. Obetna si wo nyansemu afimu na uma wo bra biara. And he would give us the wisdom keys here for the year 2026. You don't want to miss that interview at 3 p.m. exactly. Yeah, unim say in some few days from now, the new patriotic party delegates across the country will head to the polls to elect the party's presidential flag bearer. Campaign Ekoso all over the country. And Yebenya, Director of Elections for the Kenya Japan campaign, the Honorable Rocky Obeng Ewo Studio. Yani Rocky area, the campaign manager for the Baumia campaign, would also join us in studio. Now, yani ononso Eddie Nkomo, the Honorable Frederick Opare Ansa. Inti, we have a really packed show for you this Wednesday afternoon. You don't want to miss any of the segment. Many of my kwabena sante ewa ha yedi me hear some segment. The very first edition for the year 2026 and so bremo. Inti, we'll do that in 30 minutes and then we bring you beginning the year right series. Ne yani Rocky Obeng Eddie Nkomo, ne yani Opare Ansa so Eddie Nkomo. Mind you say exactly 1 year and I swear into office Mr. John Dramani Mahama as the President of the Republic of Ghana. And we are still assessing the 1 year in office. nyame adomo a ochena we would have a comprehensive interview on that. In the mobile and so amayen. Mamena Africa Queen Mackerel ase, EcoBank Ghana, Syntex Tank, Power Jet Batteries, Franco Trading Enterprise, and Atabia Herbal. Show ye a chegu ewo YouTube. Uko YouTube, we are streaming the show live. Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. Shannon son. Your WhatsApp number or message afafa so brain 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Na onso agentchen yen kan ema 0548 443 523. Oman hene kwabena santi atena se omana kwaba na official panso.
Afin kometu yen mejiri sa afise se no na enyamo nyame aye no waye no moho na de hia pa no ye enkwan wasa de afem ye. If you say Debia Dameka, we never thought to say the challenges of 2025, na yibiti mi enya hoden ya kukudru ene onyame ani madom ne humobro to overcome it. But onyame adom, the pluses in 2025 ya dana say the minuses are shared in. Ama ya etimi timi and we are so prepared for this year by the grace and mercies of God. Say yede a year 2026 ebeko na akoyi ede amai. In fact, some of us are starting with Philippians 3 13-14. Yes, oje breaking kawa. Yeah, GD phone. So oje breaking kan wa. Ubehunu said the entire you need to start the year head on, forgetting about enyomebia. SCCCA amwa mawankasa umpuntu wajuma ye okanko omanem koso endimi endimu wiye peyo na afi wapem ahwe enkan. Yours is the ultimate, that the crown. Say Ghana be fan into mapa. And let me say this, that made up mwasi every time ye sha financier. Ye ma ni pe wonim de various areas and ye be bon komo ye de bitu ye kutudum de me pese mkache Ghana for awonitie and we ni say we can have all the best speakers to these specialized areas, which is very important. But a lot of what they say is dependent on how you believe it and apply it. It yet said that 2025 as a Saturday 2026. So why you careful? And your man are now in 2025 and one are in 2026. Ebasa
the same results.
The same results now binya. The same results because and then in Koma obedinu said the obetia tnasi nyansem wo 2020. Emu bebre ye tias wo jimimu sebi. Emu bebre ye tias wo jimimu. Ye kasa na na emu odru but sa na tie emu bebre obusa ho say tia ye tias no ye nim die ntimpo a sebi ye tias ya na sebi. It is a very useful conversation this afternoon.
Sure.
There are more inspiring. Say, wow, nim the entire sabi, otias no, and then there's an opportunity. So we tie no asupem. Now what to me, adano wachi. Because in this life, success comes with a certain level of say, opa wachi. Sa empa wachi na yentimi nya as omai, as ebusia, as enyanum, as ankura, as ejuma. As politicians, as journalists, sa Dania yentimi nani yechi enhwe no mabia ensem fata no enu na bema ya brabon de biada no IBC basa na yewuntan. If we say yes 2026 mu nanso yemu dodo na da so odwene said ye 2025 mu yes 2026 mu nanso yemu dodo na odwene said ye that's what 2025 ye ne ye kasa ye sencheni o mamu na nkasa kra no ya ho kekani ya ho siesie for 2026 ne e dey say adwuma na awo mu na nkasa no wa ho kekani wa ho siesie for 2026 ne e dey say is it still the lateness ana it can be sure untimi nkwa adwuma late expect say ye ka akotia won na still obepra akotia say it's not possible until I just love what they are coming to do but mess say ye nuan momotie and say you bet mama all the lectures in the world. So one kasa one bring when yan kase. It is like Christosum. You bet can something natural. Say GD onyame bia ni hwa o te say Christo. Gidi onyame ye no kwafo ye beka ni nyina de akyerɛw na ukofia. That's where you demonstrate that person and say oh yeah either a devoted Christian and as all the one what and what done ho na wo baby
and baby
sanity eti mesrɛ unim ho kyerɛ me ankaza so na mama doctor for any asofo no enka nkyerɛ as you know yourself better than even the doctor wako hospital bebo wako hospital mu wako hospital no doctor ni busa o say o se no eya o ya na unim say etutu pa o si dabi normal doctor no be ya dia no because atunes say o si still bibia okay with you e be no sabi usu nim se bra bia wo bo enye papa onyame din fo ni mawa eye kokoba onyame din mawa na nya se onim se wo bo sa bra no enye se onim se wo bo sa bra no. And I was listening to a soft pain Eastwood Anaba
okay
o see asofu binom ne ye aya na obusa ne ho se eti 6 and 7 book of Moses enom kuta na say nyame asem ankaso mkuta because o na mere church member bi bae no bebu san say na Bible na asofu di djuma binum di djuma no ene de church members ni bi di djuma no pa na obusa say why I say it is only in this generation ana sebi asofu binum etwe mpena fefa nkofo yire nom na mo bobra ensem fata enu mom de o mo friend mercy. But when the church member goes to that same almost a sinful into all the no Bible need different and as often they need different. You see how they have done Christianity. Some it is a big problem. Mindset, attitude, and the quest to get Ghana where it's supposed to get. So important.
And I was even very happy when our very first speaker this year, Apostle Selassie.
Yes, Mr. Payne.
The first topic of the mommy was mindset.
Mindset.
Mindset. A mindset shift.
Mindset shift.
Say, 2026.
Of course.
And on Monday, he gave us a fantastic message.
Of course.
On mindset.
Mindset.
And the fact that you need direction for your life. You need to make decisions critical into Yebeka and Sem natural.
Yes.
If you don't decide, say,
of
I
course.
want my life to change in 2026.
Now that's so change Jase Fitiano Pakusi anymore. A shana uchinu, what was a tie cobano, and your papa, a pie wopra, wawu. We've preached this message for more than 50 years. You also have to help yourself a bit. Sanko Basa, not the Bia Daman, your summer, did you want them? Say no crack, say no crack, and no crack, say no crack. So, how kind of a man your summer, yeah, over time, now, and benefit your minor. About we ban no jai, sad you'll be, you know, that is why Obi. The first 1 year of His Excellency, you're unable to assess thoroughly. But to Kase, the first year of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, in fact, he has learned his lessons extremely well. Because there's a certain restoration of confidence
in the system.
In the system. A certain responsibility to be Abbas A. Saman Kefi say be a noman to consume. Nemum, Yahu say, and it does so. Only a payo, and it will be too even early to say, Miss Samu apparent more than but agrobaswa obi if you are not it will have some of the pointers of the prayer. Our only hope and prayer and they say ampa yesi kana ho odi ni gina enye nsusanso Ghana for no ma ye so ye inflation e papa enye nsusanso Ghana for ya na monto ne business ye fu ho nsem no ye nya reasonable stability enye nsusanso Ghana for na monto ye de omutu no we'll come to the minuses, but it's just 1 year. We are not using just because we don't want to criticize, but I want to say at the end of the day, our a 4-year mandate, what we are supposed to do now is to put in reminders of normal beer or no one na pamfo a share your bo. So by the close of his term, maybe what the timeline is about 24-hour economy, about galam say who sema ninyine munu yanko son minute. We have to continuously remind him that oka LGBT ki wasem, oka eye galamse wasem, oka eye 24-hour economy wasem. Enti mampeyin nyame animie ode nkranhye ode nkenya ode kanea bi asa ba Ghana for ye gidie wo kabima min kabini amamuo mu nsem eti ye besew enyi wani free sa nioma we aka no a teacher form ye adwuma ye ntio mo ka je twa for certain period contractor form bob na na bi wu na ye ntio mo ka we put you where you are it you a minister or a DC who say yen man for where you find yourself now it's as a result of us so you don't have anybody to satisfy apart from Ghana citizens. I'm putting in a reminder especially to the ministers and to the district chief executives and to the director generals and chief executives. Mr. They shouldn't arrogate to themselves any power. They don't have it. In all humility, even the president. Because baby obiatis say or public service or mine yen Ghana for no yen ye mo say to minikosio. So they are accountable to us, not to their political parties. It is all CSR. You buy and share in the president's vision, even the president, his level of modesty, humility, focus, very accommodating. One shall say kikikina no mu unipedi no mu ye nyoma ba ku menu bia ensem fata bi two offices no. It has stabilized. We disagree vehemently. So it shouldn't be a portion in our democracy. But what time okodo no now we in America. So important. So if we don't start criticizing ourselves genuinely and fairly and objectively, not bigger than what we are going to do to ourselves. And so we'll be having irresponsible buying agencies and companies, irresponsible citizens, irresponsible political circles, irresponsible parliamentarians and parliamentary. That's where the challenge is. So we should cut off all those irresponsibilities. Now be responsible. For instance, Obi, I decided to send a mini brain to on this gold matter and all those things.
Answer me, Baba Hona. Now we say 1 year in office, and we can't be weak.
Maybe Baba Hona 1 year. When you become, we'll discuss it. But let me before we jump because we are there all time until meet me as society. Maybe a Wednesday, maybe a Friday rather. It's a holiday. We are coming.
We have to decide.
We have to decide that, and they own our boss. We don't want that. So at Obi, why are we making all this noise? Make Obi. Before we do a proper conversation, there are two policies, maybe name change Keke and Abba and the two administrations. One is gold reserves, gold for reserves, and the
gold for oil.
And gold for oil.
But under the domestic gold purchase program.
Nice one. Since you say we are here, Ghana who say a bia. Ebet my hintabia from Kudiamai, Ametmia boy bra, Isika Sem and all other factors in Ano. The Bank of Ghana should just be fair to us. The profit and loss, ever since these gold for reserves, show it to us. Ever see and Chinua Abba and Komaye Dimse Kabubiaban. The Bank of Ghana, why are they holding back this information? Because when you have this information, then you are able to tackle the policy, not the person. It's important. What we have done in this country, we don't tackle or we don't attack the policy to see the weakness and the strength of it. Rather, we go after people, after the individual, because the individual is occupying just a seat. You better be a individual. But when you look at the policy, so for instance, the Bank of Ghana should be able to furnish us. Say, yes, you may deal with us, when the profit and losses are margins are hiding abba ebesi and nowhere and say and all it doesn't you don't necessarily have to be a lawyer me acclimate my mesro say mesro say we no ube activities are RTI yes now one Bank of Ghana for a finishing we say
and let me even provide this information to the public and unim the awokani is so important in one sense in the sense it's time IMF report nearby. Adia back dominating conversation and they say Eka Abba Basa Kano and at least we're from the gold board. Sakano a car and yet just exclusive to 2025 in Kwan. A car since the inception of the program 2022 a kabai. 2023 a kabai, 2024 a kabai, and a 2025 yehuka. Gold board argument and no. And today I've said it is because of the structure of the program, how a program they tell. Because Obekwa Bontin akoto gold, Okwa Bontin prevailing market price na air corner, and now what they better.
Obi, if we have to do a proper conversation around this.
No, I think Mama Nunsi, and now they better akoto.
Yeah.
Okoto we na say what they buy. Bank of Ghana so would have to go and sell the gold. Omukwa akoto there is always some variations, you know, in rates. In the gap, be a cabia gold bond argue say because of such structure, no, and a dear cover over the years. You have some section of Ghanaians, including the minority, and Ramene Honorable Kujo Pong. His argument, and they say Omukasi a starting program, no, every year a kaba or jitumua enye. The reason they saying. The latest reporter, every Bank of Ghana or ABBA, I capture on financial statement and your more account for the year 2024. And so baby that said gold for reserve program no.
That's what I'm saying.
And I've said, say, Gold Board published the fact say a Kaba since 2022 no. No, almost source a Bank of Ghana. Yes. Gold Board almost source a Bank of Ghana. Minority members, they say, source a Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana report me. Because I'm for report to be a my trust. A cable gold for
we cannot even.
And let me give this information. So one of the things we've decided to do, because we're very critical to some because if we all come to the conclusion, say, because of the structure of the program, then you don't blame individuals. But say a program I think say Bank of Ghana.
That
if
is
there is
my
any
point.
such report,
that is my point.
A capture profit and loss.
That is my point.
In this gold for reserve program, it should be released. We are filing an Maminka. We are filing an RTI request. In fact, your type BBA make us say the amount dispatch or nam so at the airport. Our request is simple. If there is any such report from the Bank of Ghana, a capture profits or losses under the bank's gold for reserve program, they should make it available. It will end the debate once and for all.
I didn't even know you've gone this far. That's number two. I didn't even know that the source document for the gold board referenced Bank of Ghana. So the gold board for once there's a source that has been said, what it means to me, and they say, if we are able to get that report, that is where we will now look at the policy. Say, sa program with them say you talk so far sa kwan we so sa kana de bia da eba no eba there be I had the infrastructure and every one. Why not adapt this particular road so that, because without that difficulty in assessing, especially when your report according to say IMF captures that from blah 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 there's been reasonable losses. So obi mesro if our activities are there now, young women so acha me say na watch there. We should get
by next week. We should get
a response from the Bank of Ghana. Now, other institutions. Sometimes, Mama may speculate and draw all manner of conclusions. And Asempa no be you dancing. Na no kure u hon krata na nya no kure uni hon krata obi no the entity is so small mine. We don't have to drag.
But one thing so I say can and say even though Bank of Ghana officially release report be a capture profit and losses it is instructive to note say Gold Board edium communication they buy say a car abba since 2022 it is a public document that Gold Board are published but Bank of Ghana ain't responding
but that's what I'm saying
but what it means they say no crash Bank of Ghana bekasa
but jump into that conclusion.
So no. The American say
you have the right.
Gold Board,
and I'm saying that you have the. I'm saying that
you. And Bank of Ghana should come and talk. But they've sourced Bank of Ghana.
And I'm saying that you have every right to think so. Utia Mekachira was saying, why are we giving room for unnecessary and avoidable speculations and it's maybe a more conversation? And a two mesre. Say no maybe we should not take party positions. And because whether Gold Board or gold for oil or gold for whatever, whichever government will be in power, one of these things because at matters of gold will be relevant. Indeed, see a shape thoughts near shape system now. Young from a holistic point where we can uproot Nyoma ayesin to programs I would do maybe enfam for so the emre. But all the conversations that I'm hearing. Now be
no only say conversations no because I mean the occupant of the gold board office as CEO is a very political individual. Because of the role he played in opposition. Ama baby or be an interest then ewonimu. Say anya sa it will be strange. It will be really strange because if you look at the program Gold for Reserve program, it is a Bank of Ghana program. Bank of Ghana and it provided financing to PMMC and now Gold Board. In law, because a principal agency relationship. Bank of Ghana in this case the principal. PMMC Gold Board the agency. In fact, lawyer being just say even agency agreement. Sometimes the principal no elect say liabilities be a agency no ebe in care. Obe immunity. Obe absorbing for such an arrangement, it will be strange even if say a bar that Ekano cannot be agents.
But Obi Asempa make call this because
it cannot be the agent.
We've had this conversation with a political space, political mind. That's the problem we have in this country. In Tube solve the major issues there. When personalities change and the same challenges are still there. What's the big deal about it?
Because the truth is
please.
The agent now woman is on your baby in family. Say Kaba, it is on your books and your agent.
Oh, let's meet them a person.
But you know, because there was a lot of politics at play. And understandably so, no, because ebi ani pa no nso was our position no or opposition no nso kasa.
Well, Obi, no, that Obi.
People would also take it.
Well, we cannot stop.
I'm saying I don't think there is really.
Obi, we sit here really not to fall into those political triangles and whatever. That's not my business. Well, that's not my business. I don't have to know Sami Jemfi or area Kojo Ponkroma or Dena area lawyer. I don't know I don't have to know them. I don't have to be politically aligned with them. I don't have to be friends with them before we do an objective analysis of the situation. I don't give a toss to politicians. What I give to is that those who have the interest of Ghana at heart, let's discuss it from that angle. Your krata echilasa na montobi etu yesin to abem. Sa krata na yejitum. Na sa program say ya no over time no. Bank of Ghana ya this dey simple. Sa na monto etu free sa brebesi no emfaso ne ka no. Fa sa ngoma na yeden ebrain. Ye hu a eye enough
to say
for us to move into proper conversations. But those if the conversation is about about that young man, your friend saying Sami Jemfi, and then Sami Jemfi or control Ghana, is he the president?
No.
Yaponi Bibiki Toby from the presidency, their man is all managing. Don't you have a president or monitor whatever his ministers are doing?
Yes.
So what has that got to do with his person? Tackle the policy, tackle the program. Let's jump from that pettiness. When people have public office, and then there are policies that are there.
Yes.
And now no issues are mentioned at the main issues are now. No, we have to discuss it.
Asempa FM.
I will never like some utterances that he has made in the past, of course. But enanyamina ye we your mamunu satam amanyo sem ho nkomo na no mudi ye kan bi kan say enye ba abo amamu mu na oye Ghana dia no de oye bia no se mani andi e chentam say from recent year share gold de share ase under the new patriotic party enfasodia e dia brain challenges e dia brain e ka e dia brain no let's compare then we can make progress. The issue about politicizing very important national conversations, no, and why am solutions to our issues? Knee-jerk and political solutions in Kwa. Knee-jerk and political solutions in Kwa. So let's say Ghana for we can't do the same old things. 2025, every situation is political. Ubi said, Diana, 1 year, President Mama, average, Diana, was me. We cannot accept that. Because Nanadu 2017, you cannot say that. Well, why are you doing this to yourselves? Why? It's a moment to brand say your mind Ghana. Yenya kukudro fan kanokre. Yenya kukudro fan kan from so. Yenya kukudro fan ka baby yen kontompo. We can't do the same old things. What will be so damaging if indeed our president, not one person's president, through his able team, ultimately stabilize their mind. Whether you agree, say artificial or not, you know, what is the currency rate now? I don't know. I don't know why. You don't agree to the city being stronger, but you want to talk about a promise on Galamsey. We can make progress. When you acknowledge what the president has done, now then, and go and see the number of road constructions abandoned. And it's make us many church metikwana.
The Ekosiisen
Kofi Job ni Alex Boam. And other contractors.
And
I'm saying that these are programs and yes, okay. What is wrong with just acknowledging this? The kind of politics that we have done to ourselves over time. We are still doing the same thing. This is a government that has been able to stabilize a year and normal for God knows a reasonable number of months. You can appreciate. You can't say thank you or kudos to the government. Why? Because what? When it comes to the flaws of this government, I've labeled it out. But Ukraine, so inflation, say, a Greek sector, industry, not service, no matter. So when why shouldn't that be your prayer? The biggest challenge we face, unemployment, roads, improvement in our health sector.
Yes.
All these things, Galamsey a minute. So if you say that for 1 year, there's absolutely nothing that you have seen. I am so healthy, progressive, and hopeful for this country. I beg to differ. Let's differ on some of these issues, but not on personalities. If you have a challenge with gold board and an amount 2 in relation to profit and losses margins now, let's tackle that program and see where the weaknesses are. Because say Bank of Ghana from Kotam Sikasa say from Debbie, we have reduced this country's conversation to partisan, pure partisan. Uba say intellectuals sepano na no kure kakra na suku omuko yomu impact on us no ehuni faso bi. There's too much pettiness, partisanship, avoidable partisanship. And on our public service in 2026. We also approaching national issues in a partisan manner, in a partisan format. A shame unto you. If you keep making references to the past, and as soon as you I know you say, I know buy, I know you say we agree to all those, but where we find ourselves now, your boy who bugasa akrakumasi rudingi. That's the point. Your boy who bugasa agenda 111. About wasting the episode 100 and episode 10.
No, for the first
episode 10.
The budget 100.
Episode 100 or 10. I say 10.
Yeah, 10.
10.
10
yeah. Obi,
which are 100 million.
Yeah, but Obi, enya. But on no nation sika. So what we have to do is to push and push and push to ensure, say, by the close of the 4-year mandate, say 10 years to 30, and I say to 50. It's a buying call of first or usually sikano. On your mindful, so medical catch say there was scarce resources.
Okay.
It's the application of that resources should be used judiciously. To be so, meaning say no program I have barry yen to me and kasa bebrede, but the mechanic say yeah, if yada se oji tumu na wo hwe yeso so oji tum se fiada
yenye show
na yeni hweka baba na yaje bra
me bobi be tougher. And I think for more to bring clarity to the issues we haven't analyzed in komo akoso nyina, having read all the necessary documents, I was say have come to the conclusion, sir, one way out to resolve the confusion in the minds of the public and the NSA, there is a program Gold for Reserve program. Program no share ase sometime in 2022. And Arania up till 2025 ending. Bank of Ghana and a year sub program no. Of course, omo agent a PMMC now Gold Board. It has come to light, at least from Gold Board, say a kana a bad this year IMF say $214 million no from the Gold for Reserve program no. According to Gold Board no enye at the forefront. Because how the program is structured no that's Gold Board's narrative. On my issue publication it say indeed amount of a car a boy since 2022 and man so what a kana Gold Board a report here now and you can Gold Board because I'm only the source of the document. Yes. Say a canon and yet exclusive to just last year, which is 2025. Gold Board H. In 2022, a minor from Gold for Reserve program, no, Eboka 74 million. 2023, from the same program, 2.15 billion. 2024, 4.84 billion. And up until September 2025. Now, and only the IMF the report by say $214 million.
Well, with all respect to Gold Board, until the Bank of Ghana comes out
in
with
they haven't put this out. No, the counter narrative has been said. There has not been any official Bank of Ghana reporter. It captures our losses way. In the Gold Board, you figures where Gold Board say every Bank of Ghana. What we have done, and it's you file a RTI request to get answers to this, and if possible, get that report, if any, containing all of these losses. Says how RTI request ne buy the betuja because amongst I can say until so be one official document from the Bank of Ghana. Historically,
the money is dangerous. And they say Gold Board with such credibility and integrity. It's me a source document, a Bank of Ghana document. The Bank of Ghana any choice. In fact, activating your RT at this point maybe sebi. Now because indeed you've been cited.
Sure.
Say one no. What is figures? I didn't say we should I didn't say kasa. So that's the point.
I mean, we will follow procedure and get the information. Say and sakasa information no. Now information no any the Gold Board the two Ghana power. What it then means is that then the challenge is with the program. It is a program that was the assign be
okay. Say if ever that's a program now, you know, and a kaba. Being suba, the same program in a different caneba, say sanity. Then it means that there is a program now, then how we can fine tune it because at the end of the day, no, the hope of demand say all these programs, no, good programs for Mother Ghana. Obi me besi, yeras a Samson and he was seeming to some fro. Nami ad mamimenda. So the why ye juma why is it?
Okay, it is a woodru draboswa. If you draboso echo body, time I may call on the sapit your mobile so me names
meet me the I-10 ako.
I-10. Would if you cry echo body?
If you went Chico goso. I don't mean if I-10 if you uncle
any penny baby abefa. Se wo fa dadeɛ so abesi dwabo a poto
enye
enkoyi ache omoya omuguso omutwa so kakra na yenguso ba udru unya du dwabo so to board di enwa
okay dwabo so to board okay
enwa kra
okay enwa kra nti obi me so me pagya mu era samsahi ne maame aka baabi the late Oba Penny Grace Bomu Ando nti onyame edi chair ye betai na chi memenda we 10th of January ewo Bodi Town Park na kwasiada na asie somo no the 11th of January na akoso St John's the Baptist Anglican Church sehwi Bodi ti mejina yura Samson ahia nemu na matonsa afre adofo nyina se enye de obi ne kan koja nti ene na ye yura Samson ahi echina so nti yenkota na chi na bibia yera something unuanum nyina so
Deputy Trade and Industry Minister
and I said you know the shoes no
sir
hey minia
Samson ahi
I'm telling you nachia
nipa ye de ketua bi
oh na say the Deputy Defense Minister ne kala no cry so tough
hey
nachia Deputy Defense Minister mami
Broja Jemfi
nachia Oliver Kevo mami
oh
nachia Ken
no nita
nachia Ken Eje mami Kenneth Eje
works and house
mami nachia Samson ahi mami nafi uwia
yes
nafi
oh mentia ataboating
era tabuating okay teacher sanko for no I'm specific teacher sanko for nyina mami na nyame yadoma 2020
and anopay kodua ba Jason sem na osedan ayawaso east no mbeko
oso mbeko awini
ayawaso east woni ma ayawaso east baby o
because difference the crutch no say and the lack of principle on the part of the NDC no say omo MC akokase ebeya said the ade ne yesi no anka omunya ikona na obusa MC ni say sebi nka MPP for ya na NS comedian de MC efa wie mu na eba nti o si omoko akodi oni ho de asa tumi if you hono no kind am say we the monkey go work babu go chop so just me that say onyamenti na nim nchire we are believing that it's a year of abundance sure. We are believing that it's a year if you obey the spiritual rules and regulations and the physical rules and regulations now said ye papa be catch na we ya yedie ebe ye odia entu ya chol konkron say ye ni adoye ebedi wechi wanka say some of the days no all unkwa na nyina tebe da sipi
yenso ye da so man hene kwabena sante na ye te ne nka no mame fan twem say you're beginning the year right. Day 3 twaso. Dr. William Otrefrempon abe cancer ewa dada. Ma yentie we sema mienu emra yeba. He is speaking to us on the topic living wisely in 2026. Stay with us here, Bessia.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, me we yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract anon so say. Me fani na enko dan rocksters. Won so wo kromo pa. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract an won nim ne ekọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Aye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne Sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Fre rocksters na won twa wontum.
Malcolm Santa's Savings. Santa's Savings at Malcolm. This Christmas, the deals are bigger, brighter, and better. From gifts to groceries, decors to electronics, Malcolm has everything you need for the perfect holiday. Afishapo. Step in and feel the Christmas magic because Santa Ward deals. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination this Christmas. This promo is valid to the 11th of January 2026. T's and C's apply.
Intimi kwami bampo penny. Market ya enye insuta na yesta ibisano. Anton swa bobu. Esan se me packet ye miensape. Me thank you. Emo dufo bia dum me. Wa bombo se se me kope tank into. Na din tank na meta me high Syntex tank din na echepa Syntex tank benzo ne kita warranty bebre Syntex tank na face so uni my favorite color no tank ben ne bitina ya mamie Syntex tank obia se Syntex tank case close triple tank hwede ya tro eye SINTEX Syntex tank na ene na bebie Syntex tank eye strong eye tough.
Asempa FM.
Oribo! Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Obi nebalo, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebalo, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode Asempa nabo.
Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu a mene sempa, de brane mamba. Obi,
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no. Ma yenamu nyina asene ma makwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen eso. And let me remind you, sir, beginning the year right series 2026 and day 3. And so far we've had some amazing speakers bekayen ho e studio ha ama yede dwumedie abram, and that's what we do every year at the beginning of the year, the beginning the year right series Abramo. Our first speaker for this year now Apostle Selassie Adey, on a founder Apostolic Empowerment Ministries, on a bekasai efa mind shift, positioning for a strong year ahead. And it was a beautiful conversation on my some really good nugget. Yenina yadibebo yebra in the year 2026. Enran so yenya second speaker Apostle Dr. Nite Kotego on a kasai efa 10 habits you must delete for a successful 2026. Again, another very beautiful presentation. And day 3. Yensaka Dr. William Ochefrimpon in the Bekasa afa living wisely in 2026. Mamin Kaimo say beginning the year right series Haptel and EDC Investment Limited Boyen and Ayade Abremo for the year 2026. Haptel useful every day. And EDC Investment Limited with EDC financial independence is possible. Omunyina Boyen in a day beginning the year right series. Now Medical Catcher said this year we'll crown it all with a conference in the year 10 days. 10 speakers on radio. Now, on the 17th of January, our Movenpick Hotel, the beginning of the year right conference, now a in-person conference. It will be a beautiful addition to the beginning of the year right series. Monshan and so, Emfa MIA. Ye pesa and somewhere you can radio sono. Nina, ye be bonne tofa kama at the conference. Say a annual plan, life plan. Ye pesa wunya. Will tell you practically how to develop one. We investment plan BBA yebe buamo take him through step by step at the conference, and also you put together some really good speakers for the conference. Yerika Catcher was a conference that you paid for 100 Ghana cedis. We know yenye sikake said be obia ebe to me ababi 100 Ghana cedis and will be tria oba ubenya official conference book no edi akofie ye wienso a wo betena se ache ntibi kakra wo beka wano ni nyina nso ye de ebe ma kama and they say we are interested in coming for the conference friend number way sisia na yen register friend number way sisia 0243 266472 0243 267 that's 266472 0243 266472 ofra ombeji wudin any baby awo frefi na ya register. We want to know the total number na ma yetimi en hall ye betumi agye in over 0243 266472. I'll be telling you more neoma wo ba won sabeka and why you don't have to miss the conference on the 17th. Mamema Doc Akwaba na enen komono yenhwe ne yemfa nhyehyɛ so Dr. William Ochre Frempong, or ye medical doctor by profession, and we lead coach, our Rovermed Consult. Doc, Akwaba, net saying.
Yeah, me adum poko official paso. Befa kwenye so ama woni wetie fo ina official pa. Na ma san ama congratulations say just and current political talk show.
Oh yeah. Of the year.
Yeah. I had mujida in terms of if you cross it. Yeah, it's a testament to the solid work you are doing. Inti mutirinkwa.
Inti living wisely 2026.
Yeah.
Simple topic but very deep.
Absolutely.
Boyemu.
Obi me fi scripture.
Okay.
Proverbs 3 verse 19. Actually say the Lord himself by wisdom established the earth, and by understanding he established the heavens. Inti that text will go on to say that in all you're getting, my son, it encourages you to get wisdom. Inti sene ye dream for living wisely, you know. I want to establish wisdom is very important. In fact, in getting your goals for the year, no, Mimi Gidi said 3 things are very critical. In all goal setting, strategy, etc. If you're going to have a productive year, no, you must have your friend is saying the first one accountability. Say someone over reported to, you'll be responsible for just submitting yourself under that level of supervision and guidance, you know. And people who are productive, you know, generally who say there is somebody they are accountable to,
like a mentor.
Yes. And then some it could be a mentor, a counselor, a coach, even a partner, sometimes a friend. But the absence of accountability, you know, creates a lot of problems. People now be okra to me setting the goals, the nice one by January and me and America so me boa. You know, so that's follow through, and then action. Say moving the thing from paper or the thought to implementation. And there are many people whose goals die a natural death because they never take action. And then the third one I think is important, authenticity. Say butaya media si menu so mia media and say obi me hu say amanfo ye ntimi so mpese me ye bi obi ko say school and obi ko also say o me so make ye me hu say course way, you know, things like that. Many people have dreams and goals that are not genuinely theirs. When it happens that way, when the rubber hits the road, then they are abandoned. So authenticity, action and accountability. Sa niema miensa no odef nyansa fra eboa. In the book of Proverbs, I mean those who study theology, say wisdom literature, one of the wisdom literature, it talks about many and everything, and particularly how you can live your life productively. In there, what 3 areas of wisdom do I want us to cover? Say obi pese obone bra this year na say o make significant impact. Say last year when we say a lot of opportunity, a lot of chances, there are a lot of things you can focus on. Now in the time in which we have, you know, I want to narrow it down to 3 things are ode nyansa to ho afiwe mu a ebesi wiye. The first one ebeye time management. Senia obekra umre. The second one relationship management. Senia ebe obekra unkita hudia one amanfo enya. And third one no financial management. Senia ode nyansa ebe kura usikasem nti sa niema miensen na yebedi hu nkomo ewie nti ye fa first one na say it me
time management.
Time management. and no me say midba potokasa meka redeeming time. Because most times time fleeting. Time passes without you recognize. Say yabetna hey 3 o'clock 3 o'clock on 7th January 2026 we'll never have it again. And what you can do is try to make the most of the time. The Bible would encourage, say, in Ephesians 5, or say, redeeming the time because the days we live in are evil. So how do we redeem the time? Menyon could be the definition. He has a definition for time, which I think is interesting. Or say the inelastic and irreversible flow of our moments. Inelastic, untumi untumi varying in any way. A flow, kwa na irreversible. Ensign banechibio. Na it makes me see that time more valuable than even money.
It's true.
Because ubetumi save sika. Now so untumi nka say this hour da mini bia ntime mama nchiche nto ho. Ochina na me dey come 24 hours once it's gone. And so it require some wisdom. Say, how do I manage it? Because here now 24 hours. Now my calculations be answer na meba on air. And say in a day, order 8 hours. Will be by the end of January. Ubebu akunta no. Now what that be 224 hours, and it represents 9.3 hours, 9.3 days. In January, almost 9 days. So you work for 5 days a week, 8 hours, and also multiply about BC bear 6.7 days in January. Until the 9 and 6.7 unse still and so these are the two things that take most parts of our day. Say your personal care, eating, sleeping, brush, pasting, bathing, etc. All the 3 hours a year. It would account for about 3.5 days in the month. Now say Accra traffic near you spend also about 3 hours commuting. And also about 3.5 days. Then social engagements, talking, etc. You have say 2 hours. You spend about 2.5 days. Okay, Kambumwa, Ekosiise bear 25 average about 25 days out of the 30 days
in a month.
But what I realize it means that there is approximately about 5 days that is unaccounted for. Inti enono tete your church activities those ofima ultimo said there's some significant amount of time if you want to make the most out of your life inti you see some people making good progress is because they have found a way to maximize the unaccounted for time that for some people it just blows away, because there are some people social time is even more than 2 hours a day. And there's some people who are also able to cut down on the sleep time. And he's doing between 6 and 8, which is healthy. Obi oha or complaining say oni mre. And so to me that all 10 hours. And so on one complaining say oni mre. And you know, time is something we can't create, but we have to fill each moment with in a very positive way. And what are the things I want to advise our listeners say? So as we share the way you manage your time. Na say the nyansa beto ho afia. But say just 3 things that you should pay attention to in the way you assign time. Number 1, make time for God. You know, I know that we live in a time where it's becoming less attractive to say that you're a person of faith, and people actually think the more knowledgeable you become, the less you should really be leaning towards spiritual matters, etc. But sincerely, I believe that the more you engage any intelligent literature on science, the more it compels you to believe that the whole existence that we have must have been master crafted and created. Because without a mastermind behind the way things are set up, and you look at the fact that where the earth is positioned in relation to the sun, if we had moved in there, because things happen by chance, you draw a bit farther, we freeze. We go a bit closer,
too hot,
we burn, and the question that I'm just encouraging people that just
there is a supreme being somewhere.
I like the definition Anselm gives of Saint Anselm of Canterbury gives to God. He says that God is that which beyond whom nothing greater exists. And if you can find a spiritual relationship with this God, prayer, study of His Word, communion, fasting, etc. They're very, very important keys. The next one, making time for reflection. Making time. So that's sitting with yourself. It's always there on the go. Until when do you evaluate? And they say the unexamined life, it's not worth living. Until sit down and ask yourself, what is my purpose? Now, even career and what is the how am I? What's my strategy? How am I going? How am I approaching things? My marriage, where is it going? My life, baby, I at this point. And have a make time
for yourself.
And plan and have a foundation for the success that you want to achieve, because nothing will happen by chance. Obi anywhere is successful say Obi me hereby and I may congratulate you with law school, etc. The last time I was here was 2 years ago for start right now. You are in the process. So there's no one who has achieved anything as significant. Say, it requires a time where you would always sit down and say, Charlie, I have to, I have to change course, or I have to do something different. All of these are good reflection. The last one, rest and renewal. Let's make time for that, because there's so many people who are dying young, who are having too many health conditions and they're not even paying attention to it. It will be a young person, and these days, so they're talking about strokes being the leading cause of death, and over checking ages, very young, peri 40s. Those days is something in the 70s, 65 pluses. So what's happening? We are not making time for rest. And even rest, Krauben who said there are different kinds of rest. There's the physical one, but also just having some mental, some spatial, some is even sensory. There are some people who, even when they are lying on the bed, they are engaged in different. Obi okra odam person so ndai na dream baby and
rest, Papa.
Until they wake up tired. Let's make time for rest. And for those who are working, who have regular employment, take advantage of your leave. Obi honko leave though. They be all be say HR say you to me convert to cash. Now what? So let's make time for rest, and let's make time to just enjoy, and even what we have worked for, make time to enjoy a bit of it. There's a poem by William Henry Davis. It's called the Leisure. The Leisure. What is this life if full of care? We have no time to stand and stare. No time to stand beneath the boughs and stare as long as sheep or cows. No time to see when woods we pass, where squirrels hide their nuts in grass. No time to see in broad daylight streams full of stars like skies at night. No time to turn a beauty's glance and watch their feet how they can dance. No time to see when her mouth enriches that smile her eyes began. He ends by saying, a poor life this, if full of care, we have no time to stand and stay. Me encourage you hard labor, manual labor, construction, the working in the marketplace, etc. Just take time to rest, because it will help you come back even more stronger than before. And in managing your time now, at least have priorities, because most times the challenge with time management is that if you don't have a way important, everything becomes important. Sure. And to just evaluate these things by 5 things, say I call them the 5 rules of priority. Okay. You run it, say number 1, is this my purpose? Because you can be a student now be say show be aba and I say yankoha and things like, you ask yourself, say, does this fit within my purpose? Why I may and then evaluate that. Number 2, especially for those who are multi-gifted, you can do a lot of things, but all things are lawful, but not all things. And to ask yourself, say, what brings me the greatest result? Because you can say, I can DJ, I can talk, I can draw, I can do this, but it gives you the best results. It's a question of productivity. So purpose, productivity, and next one, passion. You are so inspired and motivated by it. The next one here, prize. What brings you the greatest result? In terms of reward, fulfillment, satisfaction. I won't say there are a lot of things you do, but we know it brings you a lot of fulfillment. In the last one, price, because for every prize there is a price you have to pay. It's about opportunity cost. Sometimes that's what it's about. Doing this means sacrificing the other. In this year, let's, as we think about how we are managing your time, let this wisdom key about priorities also guide us. From time management, we'll quickly go to the next second one, which is relationship management. If I had no to me costing crofupy, because the truth of the matter is that everyone in your life, I'm arithmetic. They are either adding to you, subtracting, dividing or multiplying your efforts. You'd have to be very strategic with your associations. Make I say time management, and I'll call it redeeming time. In relationship management, and the wisdom for it, and my friend, reviewing bonds. When your haircuts in but it's close to that, because for some people they need to review or more their bonds that they've made and examine and say, this year, this bond, should I go ahead with it? And what are the bonds or relationship kind of saying? Which kinds now this year you should review and also strategize about? Bear 4. Number 1, if family relationships. Family webusia, and family in here the nuclear, there was the extended. All of those are very, very important relationships. There are many times people they grow apart from people, loved ones. People who are married growing apart, living together but yet strangers. They sleep on the same bed but wake up on different sides. And it's because we are not intentional about building that friendship, that bond that has brought us together. And it now becomes just goals. A family is run as a business, KPIs. You have fulfilled this target, etc., etc. There's no, and when those things that keep that glue that keeps it together, the children, etc., are no more, you begin to see that it falls apart. See, my encouragement say, let's be intentional with making time with our spouses. Yes, and then also the extended ones. Some of the extended relationships can be very difficult ones.
Want to be or cousin be
and in fact there's some too who need to this year re-examine and build back relationship with parents. Parents in Kasai I believe sincerely say there's a blessing that is missing, and if we can forgive and reconnect and establish that relationship, sometimes you realize that people take advantage of these these things and abuse them. Until you also do it with some wisdom. The goal, and then the next one. So we've talked about family. Next one, bear friendships.
Okay.
And also very important, because they say show me your friend
and I'll show you your character.
And then some will also say birds of the same feather and no more intercraba until say when who was it who I heard say this, that if I me catch or say show me 4 people who are fools, who you know who are fools. Now say okay, na say who say who na for 4 out me kind or more we fools are, or say that say one kind ye or more 5 na one or 5th one. You know, there are some relationships that friendships that you need to review, because there are some that are not heading anywhere. They are not goal directed. They are not principles centered. On one case, their lives are falling apart. And so these are the people. Friday you hang out with, Saturday you hang out with, and so you are hoping that at the end of the year, this person who's like, and so you hope that somehow, so find people who stretch you, people who challenge you. Say, they are doing things, and Obi, I have been in rooms where I felt like I didn't belong. You know, they call it imposter syndrome. You know, reasonably, I'm doing fairly well, but in those spaces, I meet people who are my age or less, who are doing things. It feels like, well, how did I even get invited to this table? You know, and I leave that community charge that I must do more. Be enough friendships, associations be where some WhatsApp group be discussions be you say it stretches you, but every want to say so let's be strategic with those relationships, and let's understand that, you know, for family, like I said, you can't choose your family. But friendships in there, you make those choices. And some friends, or one here, they exploit you. They make you become. They treat you as a lifeline when you are supposed to be a loved one. Just there are some people are more frewa. Who call now? Who say baby fire to me say now or the bill na below. O fa sie ni ne ba ne chese otimi chese wa mini shofi na ye pe usika no urgently e dia ye no operation esika nya na gradually no or gene agency. Yeah, but those are things, and we need to apply wisdom, because Obisuka say don't try to be El Shaddai. You know, person will save you because if you try to be El Shaddai, you too shall die. Let's apply wisdom in managing such relations. Family, friendship. The other one is faith relationships, which is your spiritual leaders. And these days, some of them have given cause for worry. And I do life coaching, and you know, and sometimes the engagement you realize that some people have really gone through things. Just like scripture says, there's a woman who has suffered many things at the hands of physician. In our day to day, there are many people who are suffering many things at the hands of religious leaders, but there are good ones around. And these are people who we can also build positive relationship with. But those that are not good, prune them and review them. And the last in the relationships, I'm me draw for attention to formal relationships.
Formal, okay.
And you know, workplace, your supervisors, those are very professional relationships, mentors, coaches. There's somebody listening on this call, career professional. When we say BBA, we do not. It's almost like you have hit a certain point. You need a coach, someone who can stretch. Help you stretch. So find those formal relationships. There are some young people who are listening to us. Program by Mikael said 2 years ago everybody na strategize as conference, and congratulations, eventually you are able to do it. But there's some people who just need a light, who just need some direction, a mentoring relationship. So in this year, in all you're getting, find a formal relationship that can provide you some wisdom above your years. And there are people who are succeeding simply because they are getting wisdom that is above their, and who you try and error. I mean, you will make progress, but at a slower pace, because ube plus 2, no 81, and then you come to 1, then you make, but if you have a ubia or meaning whatever it is, I didn't know person setting up shop person we get into some business. It's always useful, say ubeko somebody who has gone that way and then gets an understanding of how that path works. There's some people who are getting into careers only he hasn't spoken to anyone, say way, who say why a mistake. But at that point, it will be too late to retreat. Ask, wisdom is available. Bible says that in the multitude of advisors or counselors, there is safety. Choosing a school, ask. Making a career decision, ask. Business be bisa. Because what would you lose in asking? But there's a lot to risk when you don't ask. There will be the relationship management, ABCH. Now call the third and final one. I know a financial manager. Senior Yakura Sika Yedinyansa ebe to home. And I want to call that reclaiming resources. And time management here, redeeming time. Relationship management, reviewing bonds, and financial management, reclaiming resources. Because there's a lot of gifts, any resources, and yankopon dia mobia. We share parable of the talent. Ni say even the only one okra. Utmu say if you evaluate how much a talent that talenton is, and you quantify it in terms of how many months of wage he had been given, it was considerable. And see, even if you have one talent, there's some fire BB, because in putting it to work, that's how you turn it around. And see, financial management, let me use grow as an acrostic on how we can apply wisdom in managing the resources. But before we get to grow, I just saying that your friend is saying Meyanko Paul Manti
next week.
Oh yeah, very sharp guy. He always says that there are and I recall it so vividly when I was talking about it. He said there are some levels of wealth. And everyone else, you have to assess and him find out on that wealth strata and work towards getting to the next level. I said the first one, the level of penury. Omono, what they should eat today, so it's penury, it's poverty. Then I guess those UN would describe those as living below $2. The poverty line. Then we move from that penury now called subsistence. Into no give us this day in that year the assured by or no so a hustle. So every day also call out to hustle and to ensure say that day also no obenya ni daily bread, and that's the second level he describes. The next one is the level of stability. Into your non or tomorrow dear or assured of this month ebia next month the no that's level. Then beyond stability, where you have a paid check you are expecting monthly, there's the next level of independence. And say 1 year juma say you depend on a check of 4,000 every month. Said to me who do level of independence now. So one koye juma nasa check number. You have enough from your investments from different passive income, different sources are to me as surviving. No independence. No, say the last stage near super abundance. And this last stage no be say obis sendu skakura na say core account ma and so say lower level and no say bank no cra to COT cra utmi calculate we say omesisibu utmi rasheba. So these are the 5 levels he talks about, and I think that Obia just evaluate this year and say, where am I and how can I move to the next radar or this level also. And it requires you having, so we pay attention to some 4 aspects of money. How much you are earning, so, and then how much you are saving, how much you are owing, and then where what you are spending. So if globally, so ultimately we need aspects of the inflows, outflows now. It's the beginning point. So let's go back to the grow I talked about. Say you be using as an acrostic. So the first G in grow grow itself. Into sika beba on sembia no or resources will be. Look at how you can grow it. Into save and invest. Sika bia un save un invest no. Who say ebetumi a challenge. Into multiply because every day be inflation it away on what you have. Into these financial tools, even if you're on the market, find some tools it will help you preserve the value of. Say even a multiplying at least say in then yausika to me tono next year ebetumi ato.
By tools treasury bills
all of those fixed deposit paper all of those things into grow the money. Then the R will be your revenue sources. And this is where I want to encourage it this year. Find an additional
another stream of income,
additional one. Into say if you are in the speaking business, publish a book. If you are in teaching, publish a textbook.
Now your extra classes be
find something extra to me the account. There are some people who are doing the regular grind, the 8 to 5 sir. They are gifted in many ways. Weekend said do it. So find some additional one or the and then organize. There are many times the challenges are people in or more financial management say there's no organization. And I say well say bomekana metwachia or this kind of no odi obe wansasa or tenase or say obi awia me. So budget, plan, put money away, have forecast. Have a certain idea. Say this is how you are organizing Sikana or for this time. Because there are people who end up or spending more than Onya because he hasn't even sat down to look and say how much am I spending. And when you do that, you're able to tell say, oh, I can't afford this. And you have an honest and then make say authenticity. Have an honest conversation with yourself. Say the fact that we attending school with somebody no at all car be say and no say because fuel capacity car no bet me at all but if fuel capacity no. So organize and then a wastage. Oh, that's another source of a. I have a friend or say nyama miensa na mimichiri o miwiase kaka eni ayemka. But there are people who embrace eka. Just say wako office
Ghana buying credit
wako office near the near me yaba say buy one get one free or say with me more high purchase odufia no bisa say adi kra method here then and you get home and realize say adina wato na uwo bi kra or da unya en and we have to be intentional about those the way that we spend what we have. I was listening to come on, Mirefini. He gives some financial advice. Abankwa, Patrick.
Okay, Patrick. Yes.
He did an analysis that was brilliant. He says anyone who has who is a salaried worker. Now say also person talker we raise it 200,000 or say don't go to the market and buy it with that cash. The analysis he did, they say, oh, they bank, let them give you the loan at 22% or 24%, and then 200 now, but then spread it over 5 years. Yes. Your 200 that you have as cash, put it in some instrument that is giving you 15%. Over the 5 year, you would make more than this 22% interest now. Bank in And I was like, Charlie, there's wisdom around,
that's a smart one.
You know, so let's embrace wisdom this year. And in all of these, because we are beginning with Proverbs, and ending with Proverbs. Proverbs 16:3 say, commit your ways unto the Lord. So obey, he will direct your path. Applying this wisdom and submitting all of it to God will be helpful. Inti say tie for itia we na nsema medeba anape ewiabri.
This is really solid, doc. Yeah, that's papa. I hope say be science when you next year nyame adoma. Dr. William Ochefrempong and Amoten kan medical doctor by profession and our lead coach our Rovermed consult living wisely in 2026 and a lot to chew on. In the moment say untie keke
you take action.
Fire Juma na emwa. Doc, yeah, that's it. Why?
And that's it. Thanks for having me.
Wish you very well.
All right.
Wow. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM, day 3 of the beginning the year right series. Yebedani ehwe tie we yaba the Honorable Rocky Jojo Obeng Abekansa ewo studio ha or a director of elections for the Kenya Japan campaign. Yere no edin come after this. Stay with us.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my Bramin check. In my Bramin check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit. You can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
One expert, winning the formula. Sabroni Sasia, only Pabena we. We are Bajumba, and now we Kukujuni, and now we are Kunim Dini. That's Obama or Big Biara. It's you ready. Go onexpert.com.gh website and an app also. More promo code 25BETG. Then you have 300% boost. A copy 5,500 cities. Gambling we are true. In Tichan Washe Yemu. And Yamawa won't do if you do watch it. Gaming Commission, Ajin Kratwe Yatum.
Purple, not Diddy Purple.
African Queen Tea,
Hey, say dear, what's the African Queen mackerel yase papa? Now why not pay the pa? You are what you eat, oh. And this a water mackerel I would do near. Now what to papa no purple? African Queen mackerel. The way shower no keke. Lampankwa. Mikunu say, oh sorry ape. Oh see fua. Mr. Honey. Oh say.
Have me your love. Mommy crying. Have me still. Give me my money.
That means so much said. Okay. Yes. African Queen mackerel dear. Now pound one and tomato sauce, paprika neguhu. And this would be a diamond. And maybe tasty extra. Oh, top papa no prepo. Africa cream mackerel. Shower no keke. Now pound one. Every year, you didn't have to.
Electrical appliance bay na wopato. Say your mobile phones with say Nokia, Samsung, Infinix, any phones are nyina. Smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezer, double decker, tabletop fridges, and a washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera, any call Franco electrical appliances. Are durable and very energy efficient. What sounds what it bonus so Gura branch beer benwo nekwaji electrical appliances eye papa na ne buofu every Franco anafre 0246-422-338 and 0555-939311 and www.francotrading.com. Now to add your online ubetmenya up to 40% discount. Electrical appliances papa ifi eye bakope eye Franco. Asempa FM.
Oribo. Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Bonsu our Asempa Debrane Mamba Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen Jumedie and our Suguswa Utieno Yebeda Dr. Otrefrempong Ase for that insightful presentation. I mean, Kaimo said beginning the year right series on Asempa FM Ekosiisen Jumedie Omoa Abua Afahoka a Haptail or see useful always Haptail omo boy juma papa na ene the Haptail akofaba and said o mobile phone smartphone ni crowd no a POS into juma bi a wudi say we payment any de keka ho bia no ubetimi aye ewo phone so Haptail ama eno etumi aye possible na enije sem cry wom ebie ene say we obi a ono wa bi adwuma wo fa nkofo adwumam say when employees na eton ade a you will still stay in control when they collect payment. You would be the only person as a business owner who can withdraw or transfer funds. And anytime in SUA ombeji payment biano, ubenya instant payment alert at the moment a customer pays, and you can track all payment in one place in real time from anywhere. You can also send invoices via WhatsApp or SMS and get paid instantly. There are no setup fees to get started. Businesses already using Haptail can contact their relationship manager on 0307 000 577. It is 0307 000 577. With back office, any smartphone is now a POS. The Haptail back office, it's been built for businesses on Haptail. In your smartphone be a will be an a POS. We bet me the dujuma. It just contact Haptail for na omunshe into me wow. Na enya Haptail en kwa ena eboyemi de beginning the year right series no abremo EDC Investment Limited. And so eboyen the investment wing of Ecobank in the EDC Investment Limited. Almost with EDC Financial Independence is possible. And your monso air boy papa and the day beginning the year right series no air bremo. Monso are more interested in attending the conference, beginning the year right conference on the 17th of January. Ewo Movenpick Hotel. Yegusua ye jemo calls na ye register or more ye interested no. Ye be see who number ye interested na timi abwa ye in preparations. Obefre 0243 266 472 0243 266 472 0243 266 472. We a member of parliament na wutie me a wobetimi a register with youth ni bi omumra na omumra metie maginim de one valuable gift as an MP the member of constituent omo youth. Register them, bring them to the Movenpick Hotel na omumra emra emetie inchechre benefits na bebre obekono ubenya conference book in partners back with the economic zones chamber also provide instant employment at the amount 300 plus artisans or more, especially more pam ade oba ubenye juma ewo because companies need be set up in the economic zones enclave no efa ejumayefo especially at the pam for it's a big deal. I was say udi wunyina eba na ombabenya ejumenu bi eye. Honorable Rocky Jojo Obeng, Director Elections Kenya Japan Campaign. Honorable Akwabe to saying
yes, so onyame adom ahode wo hopa
official pauso
afe nkomra hemeto ye obi amema NPP members fo nyina ha official pa na afe so see delegate official pa more dem pa wo ye member waje wo de delegate o de ne more dem pa
o na ekwatraba no
oh wo ne nyom be ye adwuma no kase pa
here pa wow. The last time I oba ha no I think at the time na opposition as director of elections no now unsanyan kai. It is subsequent to that any say campaign team not say your director of elections u role no a den away as director of elections
obi say abato ehusem no o bechichichim
okay
na wa hwe say enipa binom be de wan ho den ebe so napo ne napo so I'm say ye cano emane ye fefefe too much sana me hono but akwet say won wa eje Kennedy ohene ejepon edi say wo so obedi e party nanim na won cooperate to me my no ye doso enti safo no na safo na ye hia na Kennedy na wo ye leader no wa kire se bia mo enipaku sei no me pese mo mfa moni enkyere bia etise efa abato eho ensemsem eho hyehyeye ene akade bia keka ho no esan se me kwakoba pro na maye ni ma bia keka ho no mo sai busuaku no mo hwe akire sai ma me enti se beya adwumento na waso munye titenani enti sanetie
enti wona wo ye titenani na woda omunyina ano
sanetie
mo na mo boy elections na mo ba
enti ye adwumaku kese pa obi akukudam wo Ken elections committee na so papa akukudam pa
kukudam ben ya
kukudam
uye kukudam ben bi
ade ya kwati edin komo no mebodi
and I believe say nuntina say base mu kosia elections committee of the party our mu oversees our elections we no ona o represent campaign wo
yes
and so far nkutangudi na kosan
so far my mention asem free Ken on no one kasane assessment
yes.
And obi it's a good thing NPP ahonwo asem say yina yenim abato etise no emu ohyepa na say yeguso ye hontoto ya ne yemfa nkosi ewieye na obi a wakobi pen wadikan akobi amane ho akodim na ankoni ye na wakobi ma wabeye midway assessment say NPP party no ekuna yapo as elections committee no ekwanya
woma faso ede election no ede afafa so kopem ento ebra wo no edi sa nkomo no eso eni na oka kwesi so say eye party no elections committee no eye party no elections committee no esi aginaye wo eniama baako mienu bi ya de bebre eba ho pa
proxy vote was one of them.
Yes and no said the command call so one hwe obeka say Kennedy Japan na wo say me ye proxy vote ye kano e wo no kra kwan so a ye beka say NPP elections committee no wo mo na kofa saa semna ebaaye na wo mo man chechiremu say baby aye wo no ye wo position eye nshira eye challenge so nshira ne say ye betimi ateneten eniama bi a ekuti aye emre bi a abesen eko eniama wo mususu say ekuti aye no baako ewa bato mu nsema ma ya odie ne wantwi kakra bi baaye no wo mususu ye mu ne say eye proxy ekwan a ye fa so ma ho kwan me ye de to aba no enti na de omo kan ne say ye penkabom ye periperi yo dia ade a ye hu say yo hawo no yenyin free ho na de enti a Kennedy Japan edin be bata ho a dodo na ka so wabom homodin aboa ama nsakiraye a ente sa ba ne say eba ye no at committee level no obia won rep ewo ho Kennedy na di kan ma mini kan mo ni din Brian Bawumia Dr. Duchum engineer Kwabena Japan onyina aka ho ene yesi agina say okay say na committee na e ka dia ye ne ya adwen ye ne ya adwen but na akoye say ba ko bi na kasa na ye ne ya adwen no kasa no na ntama aha be na nipa nan bi de abeye clear say wo mo de omunyina efo so but obi fast forwarded that is Kennedy Ohene Japan's assessment say as far as our Ken or no as the leader in the team Ken eye concern no enema bi etete sa etosu BMC ye ma ho kwan enipa bi wo wa onyame ato ne nsa afre wo mo na wo mo kan ye ho
yes
enti so ofa album na obehwe na edi ewo mu na obi anka ne papa mu de se wo hu edin bi krete sa e ka wo yaw but abato enemu sensem no ebinom pese wo mu take advantage enti obi a sabi want ya sibiem no obohu bia na party no kran fo aso na enipa bi no akofa akire ayesa eniama no emi ye ka so ye pese ye nya gidie afi so ye leader in internal party elections reform nie ya ye nyina de kire ne se ena ye te ye ka sei aka one major item ya yenya eni ho enkomo nwiye eye test con issue no say ye to me solve ye wo formula ye de be solve ye be kuhia ne ye solve enu wi a obi ade Kennedy edi ho adanse Brian ono so studio ha aba be di ho adanse aka so wo gidie because of sa anamona party no ene aspirant in a kaboma yetu ama ye party no what it actually means in say NPP has reformed in terms of internal elections ye wo template wo hwa it will be a useful guide
going forward
it's not limited to election 2026 that is why at some point ni yakasa will be a water party no wo mon support yen ne yem fa sa nsa kiraye no emra. It was just to make a case. Me no can say yenu anu NDC for. Yes. Obi politics the other side obo homework na ye hwe pa so ye nka ho asem. NDC for hwe and omudi ho nkomo kokuam say the reforms now take place on NPP internal elections we almost so Ephraim and it is just to build confidence for all the stakeholders. We NPP ni ba unim say me boy a supporto party penifoma wo mu gina heman hye papa em ye de to aba no and to going forward no we have an excellent reference point as ye further reforms we can depart from there. But
that also means because of how far reaching reforms we akwakoye largely all the aspirants na AGI processes not up until now. What can say more clear test con any free hoppe, the register will now be a solid register. It will then mean say Mutu abandon defeat be bar Ubia Bejia Tum Kama, right?
Obi. Now a election I'm say one amoyo. Meboa. Because Asemia will be saying yes. Yabusa Kennedy, Yabusa Brian, Emma Womadi or Madrid Abba.
That's true.
And the TNA say maybe Manchester Mokakrebi. Sometimes say be a party for ne timemfo be tiase nientia eto da bia sebe we dey etie for menim baby a obi a so wudidi a mesra meka ekro eda obi ena ho a wo say umia eya but ene ne kwan a obetimi eden ne ho ebeto no wo ho enti ensem ni bo ha ne ka eden internally amanyo say eden but mutumi miamani ka a move a bois ema moko wenim
sure.
Look, all the aspirants unimomo starting point in terms of commitment to this process unimomo starting point obi meka na me de we chire ne ka ye benyanti ase de enti sometimes we have to have a bigger heart and a big ear to listen to some of the concerns. Sure. The starting point in a 4.6 million Ghana cedi. All the aspirants.
4.6 million
Ghana cedi. Yes, say Okofa form. 100,000. Filing fee 500,000. Development fee 4 million. All the count one I have
4.6 million
Ghana cedi.
That's 46 billion.
Oh yes. And na Kennedy Japan edekoye. Brian Edekoye, Baumia Edekoye, Aduchum Edekoye, engineer so Edekoye.
Engineer Edekoye.
And me this is the starting point. And to say, oh, tie the entire bia an aspirant who be na so person or can. Now, and so wow, Obi, Kesiana na me baso no. When Brian didn't come over, or Mount Chechremu says, so wo kwa kushia delegates wo ye party near opes wudi kan or so wo boa ho na wo de boa delegates for no na wo boa ma wo mutumi eba ben baby a opese wo be share o meka the transport money and no ka ho asem Obi wo share the number of delegates a ye wo number of delegates a ye wo currently your test on give and take. Yeah, then 211,000 delegates.
All the test comes for never count.
Give and take. There will not be a major or significant change in that figure. Baby, I'm any dear minimum. It will not change significantly. Now, so offer sa number na. Na so wo share say Kennedy Ohene Japan or all 276 constituencies. No akwa kwehia wo mo. Okwa Sikam say brand the one in kasa o de bibi to just say 400 be na 400 no kran now they multiply no by 211,000 now we millions of Ghana cedi obi you to the mecha na say now eno ye de okwa o de be ma o mo say mo mfanye kaiska said okay bu ho so a okra be bu ho ha wo be hwe on didie mu ene nsuo ene other expenses eno ne nka de wono woni wo team no e ka mobo e de akosa pro no enka ho wo de na be keka ho a obi wayside way keke no is in hundreds of millions of Ghana cedi says he can making aspirant ni nyina committing this into this exercise and to be busa wo ye wura kwesi chuma nyame adum we bie platform ya amaye na so wonne no tu anamo na wo de sikapuduo sei hyemo na so bibi touchim ana bibi wo ha be ha e ma ne nka na otiase I'm not even talking about the risk, the travel time risk. Look, most of them, it is not too big to get the front line headline. Sorry, most of them, baby, car bi wo ha na car ba ko out of form ebi wo ha car blasting a tire ebi wo ha we all these risk baby on beda hotel okay kani nyina obi ene wo momre 6 January a kwan beda was a party ni be yen hyehyɛ somewhere in June near Babeto Aban. I can tell you all these aspirants no mo see boot no from all. And it means to say omo commitment to the project started from there. Na obi wo de wo sika ne wo mre nyina hye bibi se mu so person ye de boa party ni oman a. Enti se bibi touch man na say bibi enko ya oka boni ben na wo
boni bi anim
what did I mention I say until we have to know this to understand why some of the aspirants are consistently asking say let the process be very fair. Let the process be very fair. Yeah, omo kano omo mfa san chechire mu we entire chire enti wan hwa unya sa entiase
but will it not be a concern say sa issues no every one camp even as on no there all care about fair process and you're concerning
obi owa kauda
dabi
okay ode ye nuanom bia woni ma de owa Canada no say so no fancha ho kakra speed bia wo sorry no
obe sorry dey adwane
and you say ahun bi painting na
aboa serewa
so jeje no we nani ato nchen what dey mention na say me issue now o kan kra me dey me hu say dodo na most of the issues are the topical issues are ba no I see majority people agreeing say yen take stand say me hu ne say back for me nim say me tie me kasa ma Kennedy me be kasa aboa Kennedy campaign no I should say Kennedy on hene Japan ne ma ye tosu mienu nie
sure
wako de edi kan wako kusua eniema bebre efrim apart from ono ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia omo aka ni nyina afei na omo ba
no maybe
engineer ono wan crosso sa stage wa medu sa stage we
okay
anu ye super delegates
okay
odru ona wa ezeti ya we bye the main one say omo me enupe
no but I think engineer in the 2007 one the nipa 17 echo no
okay obi
he was in there
okay
for engineer
yes but I mean you can't recent ones obi no cross me wo mun say okoye no onya sua hu
okay
and to de bia and somebody bo ha kan eya because at that time no cross me say Kennedy abana no woko no na kwa say one aban na eko o dia say in fact ebi no cross stretch ne say na kwa say one party no dodo na so na eko enti na kwesa ankonam ekwan bi so na wonam a wokonsa akono enti enema bebre wo ho a ekoso a entwayi but ya say ekotia no and you learned from that and now me no tell you ka say I can mean himself wonne me be ya adwen pa say Kennedy Japan campaign or running in 2023 no ene de wo hu 2025 about 2026 yi mo no enso so ye wo mo pa because met me abusa 2023 on your campaign e de na ahyenso de ben na e wo ne ho a enipa eda wo ma no oda ka bibisa
no I think there is a difference I mean
okay,
we don't even have to
but ene yeti hey ubusa obi a onye MPP delegate crowd so Kennedy Japan ye jobs or about Sibia the experience what they be nyuma no opeso wo hwe na what they boa
that narrative near stronger
now obia eka and then again 2023 na ya ankonam Kennedy nkwa
ankonam meaning say okwa na obi ani nachi
oh me kire say ene ye wo Mrs. Christiana Ejepon me no can say or Vinfin Mountain Central Region. We share a man
and the wife.
2023 na the wife be na wife so onu kwa na ye ne campaign. Ene yete ye ka say Madam na atoshi.
Yes.
Yes, ono so e wo Eastern Region ochrechere Kennedy enyuma pa ne akoma pa sibia opeso wo ba no beboa ma hoden ba NPP party no what you say sa enipai wo mo so they hold their own. Yeah, Kennedy enya sa mo ano 2023 we enya, but this time Obis was so that form, which I know so was so that form. Politics say yeah na so person who say ade na nipa ne ye no to me the other side na and so there na attack na the other side no edeba. Kennedy share campaign ya say enkofo bebre na wo musu su ye ne say ye ka tax pa nka bia ebe free ho, but the ye hu onu mom na also key in the attacks no onu ne ye punching them more. What did I mention? I say he is receiving
the Baumia camp. Also say Baumia no call Abontini delegate who share the focus on the message or more any other aspirant the Baumo camp ne the mo kwa mo attack na on Baumia. So what is answer? Okay. Kennedy. Kennedy. Well, election ya we ope aspirant. Obia media fo edi na chika delegate eka NPP fo nyina eka Ghana fo nyina aka say in this election enipa owo solid message Kennedy ohene ejipon onyina baby more obia edin. Of course sometimes we read the assembly kwa chira obohu baby a eko, but enokra nya kasantwi. It's just to place an emphasis on a pointer or make it. But that was not even the imagination of a lot of people. Na enkofo ensusu and this is one of the best way to assess Kennedy's campaign. Say the starting point, people thought say, Kennedy is also onyemre or akufo ne mema pa etanechi. But as obia who say emre ni no, who say no, munyina munye din. Munyedi kasentia aspirants in Kayeno because a big here and kabum and what they told so and kabum at all unity tour and to always obibia na or was propensity to drift towards behaviors or to me then a restraining as a leader right from the beginning. Now say no way, you're out of the campaign. And it's really difficult, very difficult. So, Ubehu Kennedy or Hini Japan, a chiteni, the campaign administrator, and the campaign, Kasebia Honte is really tough. You unya. And for me, I know the defining moments of this election that Ken has run an issue-based campaign. We share delegates, or no medi kokoemu nsem. Waka the opeso ye de boa esesa na afekra wo ko sometimes the best sa o mine na aka wo bo onye sa eniama no what did they mention I say and so one hwe ni ya unhu ni ye na sabio say mo wakansie mo na unem say baby a wakwakodri ade no befi ana befi hwe obi on the 2nd of this month, Kennedy, national praise and worship program. Now program what they are Christopher anyum to 4, and what they are sofo akukudam, and what free NPP party delegates, and what free professionals. And wo frɛ dwedifo ma eka ho sɛ momi yenhia na ye no nyame ase sɛ afi mu nyina na ekoba ye nyina yɛda so ɛwɔ ahoden ɛte ase na sɛ wo ye a good political watcher ubohu sɛ Kennedy took the party back to its roots by that singular yes sure NPP ye party no ne fapim yani NDC enya ade baako NDC no ye womo in power womo wa bemu Rollins na wo kratumi ena womo wo NDC dina womo hia identifiable groups be to
help propel or more ideology, no. But yeah, in our position. So by necessity, we were forced to forge strong ties and alliance with certain base, and they became the base of our party, the Christian community. The Christian community. So Bekaya Asofo Kukudam. Ubeka meka Rollins a pencil. Woman to be kwa kujina po ano bomb paye.
Asempa FM.
And they were, and yet to say they're politically correct about this whole thing. They were bold to say we ye pensachiraye and we are with the New Patriotic Party. Obi anso wow. Party no jianu to mama ye wo from the time I yet party na besin and then e be akofom. Na akofom. But from engineer Kwabena Japan, ne pencil as secretary, general secretary, John Boadu, general secretary, Justin Kodua, general secretary. Omo nyina ne me ya adwen di adanse say NPP headquarters hono ye wasofo and sorry I will move back together e bomb paye ma NPP whether in power or in opposition. Because we identify that critical group as a pillar of the party that propels us to political victory. Enti Kennedy Japan to nensa efre say afia so onyame ayadom yewura afefofro mu no say ebeye party ni be home foforo na yesi akọ back to our roots and get the strength na ye here for a contest in 2028, you know, symbolically and as a very important step, you know, say, we invited over 1,000 delegates of the party.
Were they no more delegates?
Yes.
The people who
yes, First Love Church.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Party delegates.
Oh, sir,
and now these are supporters of Ken who are not necessarily delegates.
Obi. Asem way echinye bia ne ho am say me hu mo reporter crowd
sure
o de busa homo as delegates we mo ina dia delegates na ye MPP for ne delegate yenim ye ho ko hwe video no bo say we nim we say we delegate wo wie no sa to ne nsa frɛ over 150 clergy.
Oh really?
Yes, omo nyina so bae omo di asa we nim ho ko hwe video na all of them are for Pentecostal, Orthodox.
Is it the reason? The following day, I think I saw a screaming headline in one of the newspapers said the clergy endorses Kennedy Japan.
The clergy endorses MPP again. Me say me ma headline kasana me ma no. Because Kennedy's focus is to return the party to aid base, and to that's essentially that's it. What did I mention? I say, now we also assemble all our renowned gospel artists, and they all showed up. Now, Eseweni and Sewo Kachere. So MPP ni bi oba ho bi anim say ade kese bi ayira, and it's good we found it. And I know say a starting point. Obi post 31st of January. You will see more of this. You will see Kennedy Ohinia Japan doing more of this. We are returning the party back to the identifiable groups, the base of the party. And yet, the Christian community in Kwa, for traders. So, Kennedy makes the time to step out and have some engagement in all the regions. Maybe Obekobia will share for so. Because MPP in a year for me, no. This is the medical car, and ye near Bemo. And ye dread Fuyana, ye the Asem Showmano, no more kebi my. But it seems at some point, not interaction either. A coffee. The third pillar, we have to return the party to the base. And the academia. Like say, I'm say, one of your sister, John Boadu Ekodin Komo say, or no Ankasani view, and they say we have to do a lot more to win back the law. Yes, here. And why General Secretary Payne? And so he knows, say they are a key base of our party. Yeah, the dons, the university dons, the poly dons are now Ghana Obi. You know, it's a majority of them woman na the think tank for the New Patriotic Party. Then they come and then make a presentation, and the party had a place for them in opposition and in government. Kennedy Japan invited all these groups there, and we're going to do more post 31st January. So that Empire Ekoso asofone sorry wo mo bom paye e wo party head office oni nyina no ye be hye kena. And it is not all about the spiritual aspect. Sure, onim say Christo ni penny kese ba ko pa o Ghana ha o Asante Mantem Archbishop Sapon
yes,
emeritus,
yes.
Onim say oye a thinking hard for your party no. Yeah, you ko jino ho emwa kwan bebrebe so. And these, a lot of them who will try and rally them, bring them to the center of MPP reform, continue with the reforms, and all of these are kind of shas, I see it say that will be the defining moment for MPP going into election 2028.
The last time Dr. Brian Achampong Ebahano, now many didn't come about the chances and why he's so confident so betimi ewini. I know said Busao, that same question Obeka said the Kennedy Japan campaign is on course to recording a resounding victory.
Obi.
January 31st.
Na say no may fear beyond 31st January. Me see be ye biem.
Okay.
Praise na ye no. Ye be see ye biem. Ye be ye bi Asante Mantem. Ye be ye bi Mfimfini Mantem.
And you'll be doing that with Ken as flag bearer.
That's your draw plan at all.
Okay. But confidence no Ephraim, because Brian said on the confidence he said he had profiled all delegates at Kwakotwaba. Enti na odem say me more constituency bia obetreme the obenya ewo, and he showed me the evidence on his phone. Who confidence of winning, Ephraim, what have you done? I mean, the Baumia campaign can say for the want of argument, your friend is saying global info analytics data echo in their favor. Momo the confidence ni for him. any polls sure
ma me sha say mfiri o obi oko Kenya
yes
yes abana ede wo mo mampeni na wote wo no ruto ebaaye no sa aba no na woni Odinga na eko
sure
Kenya, one of the most renowned polling institution, your friend Infotrack. They can look it up.
Okay.
And several others, there were about 4 of them. I will share the data with you. Womunyi na se Odinga bedi abano enye Ruto ne bedi. Kenya hayo me nko abrofo memo me abibrem ya womunyi na, and before that no na Infotrack ewo Kenya ekasa ubedi aba obi ajasa wo ben o ye dia no enti enkofo bebre enya gide wo mu so se Infotrack aka dia na kire se Odinga ebedi. In fact oma Ruto 41%. Say Ruto oni obenya 41%. And ode kese ne share Odinga nsem say Odinga on obedi aba no. But obi ya to aba ni wie no. Say ekire yedin.
Yeah.
There yes oni no. There post for ne say oni no. Ono obefa ade no. Enti one year post no na delegate no so mark you down. I've had instances some of the delegates are saying say where na post no. Because you share your electoral area now you busa and the next agenda electoral area say I'm so there you and so well be use some other scientific way, but that comes with the risk. Say there comes a period in which a poll fails, and say will be a consistent in a certain way, in itself, in a matter to do with delegate election, with all the complexities that come with it. In our setting, and yet easy, sir. And I'm not going to go without flow. I'm going to show you the entire Canadian Japan will draw program beyond 31st January. When the MPP delegate any membership, baby rolling to bring back energy into the party.
Ken oko about 2023 no. Say who share the structure, the delegate system, say they are structure NPP ne Ghana hana. Nankaya yet say Sibia yen enipa no beebi a wo mo dɔɔso paa no ɛhɔ na delegate dodoɔ na ɛwɔ enti ohwɛ the top 6 me ba bɛka the top 6 regions are delegate dɔɔso mo paa na ma kyerɛ percentage a wo mo constitute by the totality of your delegates no Ofa region to say Volta region Greater Accra region Central region Western region Eastern region and Ashanti region. Sa region in Siawe. So what share NPP delegate structure now?
Yes.
They are just about 70% of the total
delegates. Yes. Bobo regions need
yes. Volta region.
Okay, Volta.
Greater Accra region.
Okay.
Central region.
Central, okay.
Western region.
Western, okay.
Eastern region.
Eastern.
Ashanti region.
Ashanti, okay.
Obi, me ma wo data no kra wa ha. Me wo wa.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Me wo data no kra wa ha.
Okay.
Meet me the amount. Sisi a.
Okay.
Sisi a. Enti sa region ensia we no. Obi, any. Okay, any.
Okay. Okay.
Sa region ensia we e constitute almost 70% of the total delegates. Kennedy Japan in 2023.
Yes.
Oh, we need 2 out of the 6.
Oh, he won 2 regions
out of the 6. Mabubo Dinwe.
I know you're the
Oh, we need Volta region.
Volta.
And the Central region.
Okay. 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 And Odinya 31%.
37. Never.
37%.
Never.
Okay.
Ever. And the other 10 regions no constitute a little over 30%. What did I mention? I say, and statistically, no, say we aspirant was a contest way more. Say a besi we and a NC we no. Sibia one sem and one hockey can one sem delegate na jiatum. What did I mention? Across the board, no name titru in these areas.
Regions, no?
What did I mention? I say, now, yen say 2023 abaimwa hodene dia keka ho nyina na akutia Kennedy Japan no onya over 17,000 votes. Emma doc enya 19,000, also a little over 19,000 votes. And tini here over 2,000 vote difference. Oh, Greater Accra region. Me wo correct figure na no so we so make me apuli the amount.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
And Kennedy as at that time no na hu odin a ankonam campaign na oye no.
Yes.
The dey no kokodru ye no against Aban.
Yes.
The na hu odin dey no kodu Greater Accra no. And na me no kase ayete hei. Eda Bonten say oh Greater Accra there sisi there. Kenafa.
For Greater Accra.
Kenafa.
And now say in 2023 the Kenya 17,000 with Greater Accra.
Yes.
Against Baumia 19,000.
Yes.
Really?
Mami ma na correct me mo de di akire no. Mami yi de di akire no so enka ho se a say be ya o te de me che na say me bought the exact figure wo mu enyaye. Anti 2023 there no say wo hwe a eye Greater Accra. Kennedy Ohene Japan enya 17,282. Anna Dr. Mahmoud Baumia enya 19,002.
For Greater Accra.
Yes. And not even up to when would they mention 2,000. That's how close. But Enkofoni, and it's Enkofo te hanu wo motene ya say MP for bi say support two way am say na monim the delegate system no monim say how many seats now Greater Accra? 30 saying
34.
34.
Yeah, 34.
Okay. And I can enya saying 17,000. And no cry 34 seats na ni nyina nkra yen yo. Sana ndis wo mo de. Na na ya de yeso so ye de. Enti yemfa no ene ye determine the onwini MPP primaries no. Enkofo ni
And yeah, MPs do
Obi.
Support amount.
MPs, ministers combined, Kennedy pull 17,000 and over. I will Greater Accra and narrow it to 1,000 and something. So one was
into this year from what motion in these 6 regions now a control by 70% of delegates no?
Maybe I make 10 regions no say a control over 30%.
Over 30%. Yes. In the 6 when a control by 70% no. How well are you doing in these 6 CCR?
But say them can yati ye yin dey dance here say Greater Accra campaign no. Aye pinso
e wo Greater Accra.
Aye pinso Accra there CCA mu ada ho. E mu ada ho.
2 na mu winning in 2023 na there.
Na voter region there unim say Obi deal. You try mu ho your opponent try mu ho no am say wadan na won say enye ye campaign wo do region bi atum say your friend enye ye. Just say no.
And papa you can see.
O say wa who feel reception no. Who feel reception who drew her and so who say candidate need the speed we dwane free her.
I just say a form here.
Asenso dia na ba kwa na media ma no. What you say? Obo say region ni wa ye ko ne yaba. Oh region ni ba candidate ne ko oh. But dey bi wo ha owura hwa onko hobie te say e ho nye voter nye ma nkofo bi no.
Voter Central.
Voter voted. Amotoma Kennedy big and they are going to vote big
this time.
Yes.
Central, and so Kennedy would win Central. So winning in 2023.
Yes, winning yeah.
Until he would win.
Obe winning.
Greater Accra, you are saying Ekoye Edemaken. Western.
But you see, Asensodiano any day. Asensodiano any day. Me no ka say utimeka say Kennedy the message ankofo ajetuma obia
jobs
job other aspirants obetimi akere me said ye nimo obia de obia message number 2 Kennedy number 1 ya Kennedy number 2 the message ye there
number 2 why that number 2 Brian right number 2 Brian and
and then Ghana for him say ye ni call message.
Oh, so Brian so a kasa about say or a fresh blood or
the fresh you know moja mono.
Yes,
okay never. Number 3 the message
United Party no.
Number 3 message so what
number 3 Dr. Baumia right. In the number 3 so message say he is the most formidable candidate to be able to win power for the party. Ona omode na quarter into omode ni kobi obetima je power ama party no.
And idea na Brian can we no.
Brian.
We better na no.
No no be out in your kind.
Say that. So my figures are your statistics.
Yeah, statistics.
Or a very good statistician. Very, very, intelligent, senior party, person.
Yeah.
But and number 4 swear.
Number 4 should be a Duchum.
Obi, the first say o poso and san wa pick message e ho na asem ni nyina Kennedy dey no one poso. O say your job. In this election the defining moment in say delegates are profiling all the aspirants and who say back on message ye didn't cotton and then the corner cotton ma Ghana for ye Ghana for he asem and Ghana for can believe in him. Nancy ya global info na waka o masem no we must say ade here Ghana for kese pa na mo fi say economy no are moving about jobs me boa say about jobs and now why na Ghana for etene wo monsa won so say we bia enwuma enti say MPP de ne ko aka say papa hey media ya owo bi agriculture agro businesses owo bi just say bia cold storage owo bi transportation owo bi real estate owo bi one manage sa niam we ya anya sa experience ya sa so ate amanya osamase waka sanse ma Ghana for ato delegate ne Ghana for bibre kwati ase say ni pay na delegate for say ye de ne ko na se ye ko ton ne ma Ghana for a wo mo be consider say adwuma ho sam hia Ghana for sisia. That is what they are saying, all the researchers are saying.
Yeah, but
say adwuma ho sam it is not about me moja eye mono. It is not about yatimidin. It is about candidate ye dene ko ekojina Ghana fo anima ye benya ahosepa ka say ye candidate yi de onya medi ye oman ne sokra no watumi abwa abiebie enwuma enti wo saa nimdeɛ no ɛwɔ saa akoma no enti wo me yɛma ne kwan no me yɛ omampani na so wo ba be yɛ omampani a wahyɛ mu kena ama mabunu na wo hwehwɛ adwuma na adwuma ho sɛm ayɛ wo den no ɛso aba fam ama ɔman no asomdwe ne yɛ wɔ na basabasa enim no yɛtimi atena hɔ daa ɛno na asɔfofoɔ no bɛbɔ ho mpaeɛ ɛwɔ First Love Church no ɛno ɛna musicians wɔn ka sɛ apeke because wɔn nenama wɔn bobɔ nnwom ɛwɔ nsɔre mu no wɔn nenama wɔn keka nyame asɛm kyerɛ members no wɔn te sɛ ehia asɛm a ɛwɔ fiefie mu nyinaa ɛyɛ nnwuma ho nsɛm.
Yeah, but nnwuma ho nsɛm should the president obetumi create nnwuma no and also obetumi anya a message on employment creation, should that person be obia or no be nnwuma? Because when you become president and you about who you seek be nnwuma bio and you creating an enabling environment. John Mahama is not known to be obia where be nnwuma bebre, but he together with his party were able to craft a message in 24-hour economy at Ghana mebuno akoma so a omoto abama. It's really about the messaging, no?
Wait there. Mame and Yusuf program 24-hour economy na kwesi say.
Oh,
1 year person kwesi say. Because what say nipa no wonye businessman.
Yes.
Meba o eno okose meba. Ena okose share enyuma ho bo. So obema na 24 hour. Enu ntini ye de obi a wonye businessman ko na okose sa abo na ye nyini ntum. Na mom de Ghana for team fee ne honest obi a why am yourself for so many decades? What your politics na say? Now after so we be nyuma. No one the relationship between the private sector and the public sector no. Sa enipa no ye pese ye de ne ko. Na ono no kwa enkoye to say dear Sabio 1 year a businessman or beka 24-hour economy 1 year 24-hour and a 1 year besin koya yenya ehu hwe enti sa odi obi sa akra kwa because ene yegitu me no tey yegitu mu say ade ehia Ghana for pa enyuma good say enyuma de a ne ewa bie da ene de o mie bie da no wan na enya kwanya akoka na asema kire Ghana for okay wo mo a o mie bie da no o mo na enya akwanya akoka o ma asema kire Ghana for me yato aba ma o mo pen near what is we any de na working near Ghana for ye parties no ye presente wo nkoma Ghana for ye near we bie enyuma oni mama yo so no tie aman asem sa wo besre to me eno na yehu sa package ni na o Kennedy ohene Ejipon say why ye MP for so many decades what Ghana Parliament said the best samra ama businesses for aba o man mu no watimi apagya enyuma after so no so all ye we nyina so no manage all these businesses the business in collapse here on filing for bankruptcy da enyuma no try na water mu hwe steel factory kase bia obie hwe de oye no water region nansen ya hwe de oye no obo no hwe de ototo pete enti de e kan say enipa wo sat bie ni mu no ye ma ne kwan no medi ye party na no ye mfa nko kire Ghana for say afa de aponato wo mo e baaye no na wo mu mie bie adwuma de MP4 de na ba ne de obi enyuma afa so Kennedy na sha say na wo didwa so be kai a emra na dollar ni CD asem ni na woni nipa na ne edem kese say mo hwe na sa de no ekotia adwedifo
Asempa FM.
What did I make China say? And this way your man penny no water wa. Will take a decision say I was what it in the ballroom, say by yes can be jina. Why a businessman or no what you assess any business so able and Hobeka. And when him say a dready for and so a JDSM ebeko form. And he a quembia was war fashion or fashion. Now here is the other thing. And Kofo can say Susuampa I was say Nipan also your man penny ana. Na question is ya try the other ones no ya try wo nye businesses no wo ma be share bo so mbe me yedwuma enso so edwuma na ma ene yenya de ono ankasa wo medi Ghana aban no wa bia enwuma aman nkofo ene yesi yen so no so hwe
yen so no so hwe
o te dia me che na say
and that message no to delegates no extreme like omojitum
obi delegate no enim say ya hoodin a ye de beko election 2028 eye say you be provide this solution to Ghana for
problems.
Abane de obi ahwe na system no woto obi wo ma mienu awie university wo munye adwuma ye wabo omo ka e de omako university omako nursing training college omotitifie omako kosua ensanu nyuma omunya ba bia mfa yeti mfa sa na ekokoso afiefie mu. Parents are worried, guardians are worried, and Kolan Mrantia and Mabawana, so they are also worried because they see a bleak future. They don't see a way out. What I say, this is the reality of the Ghanaian voter. Yeko election 2028. For which reason, Kennedy Ohinie Japan, with his experience, Okokan and say, Onya Maye Krano, which I am aware, say, some billionaires, or can say 6 or so, billionaires have approached. I am aware. Some of them he had to fly and have some deep meeting with them in the hope, say, Obemo Manya entiasie, eba how, say, when Yamian Adumnas will be di or mine anymore, obey me, ama public service no in such a crabby was about now my businesses about or my name ama emrantian maba when ye juma now say emrantian maba in ye juma businesses edoswa and or mine is can ejina because your jet taxes I was half winning in our what did they mention?
I don't know.
Delegate remember delegate no or magiatum because woman say so woman fa will be your tesa and kwa okoye den when ya Ghana for mandate no. Delegates, they are concerned about Obi we need power. Ediama party, no. And yeah, Obi Obeya flag bearer. And also, what is our statement? We want power, not flag bearer. But
I was saying, sir, maybe when he becomes, and I say, if he gets the grace from delegates to become flag bearer, we would see a bit more comprehensive plan on how to create jobs. If not, say, the artists so far, it is nothing transformational. And yet, if agro-based industries based on raw materials in areas, say the or canon, say a hamu cocoa, ye bar, ye bet me the cocoa, now you be say Eddie Amamwa. Those are things we've heard before. Your party in one district, one factory, you know, that was the narrative you sold to the Ghanaian people. Mobile, you know, the result is there for everybody to see it. We're expecting to hear something more transformation. As I would say, or your business person will be a new man. We should hear something more than what we are hearing.
Obi, unim ashansodia ba kwa Ghana fo nyina ejitum wo Kennedy ho.
Dabi.
Ni edika o kanokre.
Okay.
Yeah, so time okodua no we in America. Hey, the bitterest enemy. Obusa na say Kennedy Ohene Ejipon. Wo you be o kanokre na. I say yeah, o kanokre. O kukudro. O kanokre. Good. Kennedy nim say baby a ye gina no.
Yes.
Baby a ye gina no. It is easy say you can go and talk big out there.
Sure.
But enye nisu. It is not Kennedy Suban say okwa kwhye bo a ontumi ni so.
Okay.
Enti de ye ahosepesem e wo de oye ni mu ne say now we have a man na o hye bo a obetumi edi so. And it is a good starting point. But what did they mention I say? It is easy and it is very tempting. More so say wakwa ababako anye ye na wo call for the second time no. Say no kredie enye suban ye te wo mu a wonye obi a oka no kra. Say no kredie enye wa hyenso de say this is an honest person. You will be tempted to say bombastic things. But the fact say what resists that temptation now oka no kra say me ba me hwe esrem ha esrem asase da hai ye nuanu ma etutu kwa amanani nyina di adanse ye say esrem asase no si yakase ye de massive large scale farming na any agro processor ye betumi a emma oman na emoka bebre a ye be ya ho fa so Kennedy ahwia say talk na and the door so the political old leaders no and no who say as a business say oh ade we meye ni say mebie Tamale airport ni mu am ya na ye the cargo session ebeba na say ye enoba na yentumi en yusu ni nyina na ya ye nse de be ya de bi be kwa amanone amayesika ni mu ayedu ade we enye rocket science. You don't have to sound bombastic about it. You just have to be a man of high degree of honesty. Nkofo can believe you which is what Kennedy has over a lot of the aspirants. Say when Kennedy says so, obey A versus aspirant number B, C, D, E, almost so can before the Ghanaian people, no, in a matter to do with job creation, no, they will trust Kennedy or Hene Ejipon better than almost say. And the fact say Obi on keka sa ensem no, and no cry na delegate for no because omomu say baby a omani ejina ni. Enti say obi ba na so obedwa nanum so obema Ghana ya brochi obi ba no obedwa nanum say oh mama me kwa me ba delegate me ba me mama e say ya enye Kennedy Japan ashenso de no no ompe saa we no oka de obetimi aye one na nya adwen fine but oka de obetimi aye and the delegates have come to the point woman say yes and some okan na yema na kwanya obetimi and for me that is the winning ticket for the new patriotic party, that you have somebody who is not being bombastic with their outbursts. What did they mention? They are telling delegates from the beginning because party no fap ma yede kwa ba no. They are telling delegates, a delegate saying I made to transformation, I made to media benye. Me ko gu manu ma se mu di mechi na me beye franketufo na me ko winia. Meye na yetimi ayede agi tumi etoso biem. Me ko ka de me ntumi nye. What did they mention say? I am sure say His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama 24-hour economy anyway no given the opportunity one will be here in the campaign message
on Kabio.
Yes, because maybe he was forced to make a bombastic statement. What did they mention? That from where I'm sitting, Unim said 24-hour economy, no, it is engineered by itself. What did they mention? I say the economy has to grow. There has to be a lot of businesses. Economic activity must flourish, and that will necessitate a 24-hour run. What did they mention? I say, but in this business, say one for one NCC, yeah, you will get some of the members on your team because say, "Kasi ebe we, kasi ebe we, kasi eba." But with Kennedy Japan, untimi go can say onka dia untimi nye. And the okikache delegate na they believe him.
They believe say idea about it. That's fine. Mami Musa, 2 questions because of time. There have been some claims made against my campaign. Number 1, Omua MPP for a take current government on. About me uncle for Ken and call for any other aspirants. As Omonti so dogo be no, but in fact, Omu be craft fahu a defended NDC, but when the NDC government's back is against the wall. What is Asempa as a leading member of the Ken campaign? And then I will
I can't see where I am. Say, we share the other side, no. We share say, be a woman gather energy. Say they are doing well, or move lady, and so a company befa so a slow or more down. Menokasi Ken and call for our mokasa. I will read you so. Obo back when a kwesi kwate.
Yeah, kwesi kwate.
Only vendor a on Cassentia NDC have. Omoya dear and Treya lawyer Amwa. Omunina. What did I mention? I say? So this is the challenge. This is the challenge, and it's the challenge which has worked against the Bawumia campaign. This is the challenge. I'm just giving it to them free of charge. It be an time about too late, but it is something that has worked against Omo. It's worked against Omo. You see, your party your communicators a party ne Japade. Communicator be a NPP a Japade.
Sure.
A NPP NAU say communicating my NPP. In this contest, what creates impression say Kennedy enko for enkasa. Now won call for no why mo na wo mo kasa because they are mo kasa no minim so mo NPP communicators.
Sure.
Menkaso wo mo ye brand communicators. Menkaso wo mo ye educhum communicators. I see them as a party no communicators, and we have not gotten to the level where you label our communicators and they say we a educhum communicator. What I know they say after a contest a year party no communicators are your own share kakrebi wo ho a enya me wona sa ban ne ye na entwe ya once the various aspirant na ye biza omoko contest no obi na wo mo so agye aginam and ye nyina ye moa unse me ba make say all the aspirant A2 4.6 4 million as development fee bia I'm not saying say no but bia general secretary no betimi edi ho komo ye bia sa development fee no e bi kra na ye de boa communicators but so mo nyina de tua ye and they are speaking in the name of the party and say they will a propaganda ekona ye kona emu ayedin amankofo bi enti to de bia nieni hokra na yakochekere de abasa ade na mo Kennedy for ye campaign say ombe wini flag bearership MPP ye wo communicators ye wo nhihye e wadwuma na omoye no ho MP for ye nyina meka ho ye nyina so ye boa wo sa kwan ne so enti obi mesrao ye nye sa asem no entum ye nye entum.
Okay. Number 2 the claim against my candidate and Enra. I saw videos on social media. I don't know Enra constituency or Koi, almost Ashanti region, one of the Asokwa constituency. That video went all over the place, viral. Say Asenani Buefun Kophobia na or Kasa and it's dovetailing into this whole way. Say, oh, Ken, need a temperament to be president and all of that. You've seen that video. What with the narrative around it? You are director of elections. All of these things may impact on the, and as it can impact on the vote. I be our candidate. What do you think about it?
In the video now, Wakano,
okay,
and me the bed. The party na elections committee na wo so maye the can ye no wo ye campaign a chere NPP delegate
yes
ena enipa mienu say baako ono gina baby
okay
ena wo ma ho kwan ema wo monkasa
oh okay
ena wo chere ne say abrantie eno nti na ye ko contest yi obia wo de ope aha mabe dodo na na peme asokwa bia ososo ope aduchu bia ope Brian ote de meche na say ana bia ope doctor ote de meche na say aha but yesrew umienya saade no amoayen na yemma ho kwan na obia enka nasem but you see information amemenya and say which they didn't capture and said the behavior of the gentleman was so disruptive
at the program.
Yes, I'm coming. It was so disruptive that his intervention and his saved the day. But you see, any pa one per wasem no, any pa one per wasem no. Oh, sa. Na nchi crowd say achia. But omwe wasokwa ho delegate wasokwa ho 8 me say Kennedy nipa no wo kasa no o kan no credit see. What did I mention? I say, and as a leader, Obi, sometimes, as a leader, a good leader, sometimes it is not always the best approach to be.
And also,
so on the mayor, say, Debia, say, Sabio, Asempa, Yadon, Neteha, Anka, said the Asempa, Agidi, Timia Jinan, and Naswa, Besine. Got to be a cancophobia producer.
Sure.
Also, cancopho, Dominic, to me, can't be, but it's all for the good of the station and the program. And it's even dangerous. Say, Unya leader on to me and Chirobi say, hey, Abrantie, Jai, I now, you know. Nanyasani here party name. Me from where I am sitting, any CBR delegate name Kennedy say, oh, one there. Kwa okwenyina here. The only aspirant on golf shirts, and what they said you know, you get the whole point. It's so simple. It's so simple. As simple as the very people he is seeking to lead. What did they mention? So, Adiana na brand here no na ntwa. But you see, saa niama we nyina ye pointers no na me se me beka the elections committee no. There some aginaye bia wo masi.
Okay.
Ofa ye guidelines na a version of a CI na ye de sa about elections we are. Obi, o flip your first page. The second and third items e wo ho no. addresses saa de esi wo ho.
Okay.
What did they mention say? And after so say yasudie ema adwumaku a mebebobo wo mu din. Yasudie kese pa ema omo because ye nim say eniama nketinketi bi say etumi si. Enti on the matter to do with the conduct of the election. Item number 2, the operational guidelines. Yes. Osei ye the election nsem nyina she Ghana Electoral Commission ensa. Obi oti da meche na say. Enti abani ye kwakoto no. NPP eye elections committee no aye na dwuma hu say baby a wose ye die wie be say be ya asumdwe ene periperi obeba. Fairness beba no ye ho afrim. And that's a smart thing by my party. See ye ho afrim obi here Church of Pentecost. See ye be yi openi a titinani a sorry ya to me share ya to yaba.
Yeah.
Same way MPP ye betumi dey say ya beto yaba. Ku betumi o to dey mention say but party na elections committee say no. Say be ya differences in opinion will not play on the day. There will be a fairer system for everybody. No, Yemfa Banenshe Electoral Commission. And sir.
Okay.
And it is now for the Electoral Commission of Ghana. So betna si who say NPP for ba ye kwakoti. Say ye kan abanana si ye de kwose kokko abi mu a eye ne yaye. Enye NPP party no na aye. There was a party ne party na aye. And she said, Kennedy ne Brian, ebe bo ho abaso, ewo ha say, wo ma yade no. Ene ye job by was ye. But the draw say Electoral Commission, wo
mun take you over.
Obi o to dem eche na say. Say the be ya de si asokwa na o ka no. Say be ya differences in opinion no will not be the management of the exercise. Yeah. So let an independent body take charge of that exercise, which is the Electoral Commission.
Security in Sonomaja, Ghana Police Services.
And item number 3.
Okay.
Security.
Okay.
Security. Say, your party security. Because your party security, I'm just say as a party, we can agree. Say, as soon as you now maintain, moon place our role with MIA.
Yes.
What did they mention? I say, we the party can decide. So, Obey when Isa Monshena Memo be rugate way because to Abani say. Yeah, we can come up with something like but we've said winning because the aspirant does and there are a lot of relationship in this animal way into no. Ghana police, the about way security shemonsa. Now be make us no mewo afuto kakrebi afuto kakrebi edema adwumako mienu titru Ghana police. As a former regional minister, no my head of regional security council.
Yes.
About election security, I have be task force. You have election task force.
Yes.
Even though a Ghana police na share internal security, so no, you to make sure so we na so ho den no. NCP sita. Ultimato onsa efre Ghana Immigration Service for Ghana Fire Service for ultimato onsa efre Ghana Asra for soldiers for am ombeboa. Aba ye kwakoto ye to no 277 centers. And this is a national one, 277 centers. And Ghana police, any IGP or whatever, me I foot as a former RESEC chairman, and I made a man say, on your good assessment, because ye part in the yempe basabasa, and nothing you see at the bamboo shamunsa. So share. Na say ye to about 277 centers our Ghana ha and 40,000 polling centers so to say the national one where 277 centers na say ye enough policemen on be gina wie mam ya gina wa ka ba na yes no on form election task force where ya futu
other sister agencies
so but I am hoping say 277 no it's too small for them to let, but at the same time you say this having a Blekuma North in mind say even as a one constituency no issues by what did they mention us otherwise anka we hear the strength of the Ghana Police Service now this afutu and what's ankeko. What's the mention? But I am giving it, say afutu, they can take it. What's the mention? But somebody with experience, our election security, moi metia make as I'm say, one assessment. Because venues are yakwakoto aban electoral commission of Ghana and decide you. Omo decide you. And the policing of it and Ghana police and the 277 centers pay. Ye bompa Kennedy at the praise program no was Shasia Kase or pe enkabomni unity post 31st. And anon yakaka yesromo ye party na ye ne aka Ghana police and electoral commission. NPP party na ye ne die aka Ghana police and electoral commission. Say 1 ye better on 1. 2 you better only 2
na BBMY fine.
That's right.
Rocky Jojo Openg. I mean kind messages be me no bi na yemfa common emra ewieye. Ekosiisen so ne high Asempa FM. Mene former regional minister of the Western North region and a director of elections for the Ken Ejapon campaign. Obi, good evening. Can you ask Rocky that does he believe Ken was cheated in the last election? If yes, why did he admit that the election was free and fair during the 2024 NPP national elections campaign after the primaries? Another one. Ken did not believe in going to church, so why now? And finally, ask him, how many jobs have Ken created? We are Frank or Worcester in Massachusetts, US of A, and all the way are praying. Obi, good evening. Do double check the kind of communicators that Ayimedu Duke dispatches to various media houses in Ghana to communicate on behalf of the NPP. Guy G, Ewo cantonment, and on the way a brain. Guy G, yeah, that's it. This one says, Obi, good evening. I beg you, ask Honorable Rocky to mention companies belonging to Ken. And did he say about Ken's business in Volta? Ken has just bought farmlands there. Please ask him this question for me. Wei Efri Gordon Asari Bediako. This one says, Obi,
Atem Didier Ohana.
Oh, damn. Atem Didier Ohana is American. Okay. Where say Obi, please ask my senior, should Honorable Ken wins and fails to win the 2028 election, will he advise him to come again? Nana Amponsa Bediako and on the way up. Let me do this finally because of time. Osei Obi, it's unfortunate how some great NPP, how some echelons of the great NPP party are deliberately equipping the NDC with the necessary arsenal to attack the party, especially whoever wins the flag bearer race come 2028 in the name of campaigning for their respective candidates. If the goal is to rebrand the party, making it attractive to the good people of Ghana, then they should be measured in their utterances going forward. Honestly, they are making the job too difficult for communicators. Finally, permit me to say hi to Dr. Brian Echampon, the face of Ghana's party politics and a presidential material, Jomo Opokwase Festus, and on the way a praying. Honorable Rocky, finally, I mean, any of the message I've already responded to.
Yes. You know, the very first one talks about say Kennedy Japan election 2023. O susuampa say ojitum say bibi tochima na bibi tochima ade na ojitum
ono aka say bibi are free and fair
ojitum Obi, you see where are they also about Kennedy abaso and in the heat of the moment you know say oye nipa papa na say woda suban papa bi adia ye value na to say enyama bejo your election e de yenim yakoto aba Kennedy aye name say wodo MPP pa MPP danakoma so a lot of all of us know say Kennedy ni MPP ni onim say abano a okokoto ye no
yes
as at the time and the prevailing information our no, it will be destructive to proceed and say let's do post audit right there. But what did they mention? I say let's do post audit right there. What did they mention? I say nunti say ebeya obeboa ama ye campaign for election 2024 then no ejina ye no ntino ena wo menem ye.
Yes.
Echire ena niema APP te say okopie eye north east region. Wale.
Yes.
Ene baby bebre cherepone. Yeah, emrantia omonka say papa abano de ye told ma last time evidence na krani na me kra area ma o frame Kennedy ko monim say me de me ginamu ma o pa so ye kan abana edu ba bia na a police for say ye mfa de nko inside ye kwa no ma block ye o me yanko bi o mo ko she inside kukurukukukukuku ye pie ba ya say Kennedy nya zero ye gina ho minim no say yes he abane say but that time no ye nyawo anka nkyerɛw ene wabe ye de cry to your phone say wo ba e bedi adanse say de course ni but what dey mention na say so enipa na wo busa sa asem no sa niema we nti na yesi agina ye say ye behwe na ensachira ni bi wo ha ya gye atum na minimize the possibility of all these things happening on a grand scale. What did they mention? I say, enti it is born out of love for party. And Nuntina Kennedy proceeded in spite of some infractions detected, which is why we say this time we won't allow any infraction to pass. Enti
there were questions about jobs.
And jobs. Yeah. Oh, Obi. They need Panam so. Obepa man so far Kennedy jobs dey say go abonten ye nyina ye nim coastal akese water menyina ye ne dia Oman FM ewo ho net 2 ewo ho say me kase and it is even all over what they mention so say man Bobby
and 7,000 figure no they doubt it so when you might for 7,000 but that has been part of the narrative.
Oh enti sir me the say me lawyer ena kasa lawyer we dey boa me se me wo businesses me wo nipa me di wo ho adwuma na me say enipa dudu say na me say wo say wo nyi ntuma lawyer dey na obeye
oh say snitch you can find the data from
enti wo mom na oba ko fa evidence no anyesa na law no moye no say wo allege say me need 7,000 nya na obe prove
yes
but entesa Kennedy wo and since then obi am prove say we need 7,000. Since then, what this propaganda never. Now, come if you say, you calculate 5,000. Now, impono 5,000, 7,000, 6,000. What that is? In terms of impact on any problem, what that is? Of course, I'm not suggesting say it is not, but I'm just saying say for those who have doubts. They are not saying so on creative and they are not saying say they are saying oh be a 7,000 e bro so kakra na enru and I'm say what was there na ehia wo no how about you come and prove nobody has come forward
to prove anything
and and a matter to do with voter raging any enyumaku obi real estate construction even with agro business enyuma ome enipa enyuma it starts from the time of clear site. People don't know this. Who create job? Obenya site supervisor, site manager, site security. Are these not jobs? They would be there for the life of the projects, and some of them get even transformed after that. And it is just not fair unless it is born out of mischief to say oh bia washase and unti washase no we should not count it say ejuma me pa cho wa many pejuma e wo voter
Rocky Jojo Obeng no Charlie we brutal
so you brutal
after 31st you be see the nkomo
yes yeah the praise yeah the next venue no ebebramo say we wakra yeah next one post 31st you know but me whisper to honorary team no I hope they accept it say yemfanko the heart of the party yemfanko Ashanti region yemko the second phase no ewo ho
Okay. We wish you well. Right.
Thank
wish
you.
You very, very well. I mean, say, hit the ground. I don't know. Because time and said that anyhow. 4 more Saturdays to go and it will be election.
Yes. Saturday we are not coming. Not coming. Now one bear one.
Okay, that's it, Papa.
Okay,
wish you well.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. I don't know Rocky Jojo, being former Western North Regional Minister, currently the man in charge of elections for the Kenny Japan campaign. And I'm telling you, the campaign manager. For the Baumia campaign would also join us near Niononso Eddie and Koma as we build up to January 31st. Stay with us.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. You can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
What do you want now? I just see your body. Hey, that's sorry. Chimi Musa.
I tried it. And I walk on who here cancelled mixture. I can't show it. Never yerba who be around now. The yerba be around the draw. I tried to see your we are. Cancelled mixture. And yeah, cancelled mixture. And pay for what's your 1 and 2 months cancelled mixture. Well, won't put to Ankasa. Koto J. Oh,
Koto J.
Oh, to I don't you, J. I tried to see you. No cancelled mixture. Trust Jehovah Herbal Center. Watakwa. And our year. I don't do a friend. 0244 871 862. And 0500 891 458. Engine Fidebiana. Menumbi. On your mapping for. On your batter the woman one benum. And Kratui. FDA. Apinodo. She cancelled mixture. From me. Report all side effect of cancelled mixture to FDA. Using Med Safety app. Remember what I tried to. Maybe you will know. No cancel.
Africa Queen Tea,
Deep pepper purple. Not deep purple. And this a water mackerel I would do. Now what of Africa Queen mackerel? The which shall we do keke? No punk.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ekosiisen mobile app. You know
know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Kim promise.
Oribo!
Asempa 94.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode desempanavo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode desempanavo. Obi nie, ekosiise nie. Bonsu a mini sempa de brane mamba obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiise dwumede no asoguso a wutie no ma yana mu nyina ase ne ensan mama kwa ba bi wemfa momra Ekosiise dwumede yi esomerikan editor manim say the campaign manager for the Baumia campaign, the Honorable Frederick Opariansa Abekansa Ewu Studio ha, or a former member of parliament for the Suhum constituency. Honorable Akwabana apom to say, official Panso.
African commentary, official say na ibiada. Ma pomuna na tie for the betcha me ase opakum kakra album.
Traveling around the country, easy. I can see that. But so far, campaign it's saying,
nyame ada room. Wadan sana no na ma atie for official pa.
Sure.
Na wangasa nso I owe you a big apology. My name is Orefia. On the 4th of December 2025, I was supposed to be in your studio.
Sure.
And a campaign meeting be. Achi me copy baby. Me yeah to me who be meant to me amba. But now they are me.
No problem. No problem.
But the campaign is going well. So far, make I say, you cover completely about 13 regions.
Okay.
Yes. By close of it, would have covered 14
regions.
And then would have been left with just 2 regions with 65 constituencies.
Okay.
Being Ashanti and the northern region. Yeah, Savannah, but that got 2 view more.
Okay.
Jamu because of sembini adiana near chairman back free more important honti afena akwenya ba enne Salaga north and south.
Okay.
Na we all those 14 regions with about 65 left to go. China na me adumani started northern region
and for the whole of the northern region munye constituency be that is northern region.
I'm say Bakubi.
Okay.
Every Saboba.
Okay.
Could be every more because of the traveling nature of the network, you know. You could pay to search upon there. It only makes sense. Although they are in northeast, but Saboba is just there. The normal Udu and Wai and Wakaho.
Okay.
And the Namia Duma China and Obesta in northern region proper for the next 6 days.
Now,
Ashanti region.
Oh, okay. Because now one will manage a campaign in 2023, and I was managing this time around. No, what is different about this campaign? What they compare 2023, Diana, as far as Baumia is concerned?
Well, first of all, I'm say 2023. There was a lot of talk about people are being forced to support
Baumia,
which for me was funny because being part of the campaign at the time, you know, I mean, honestly, me join this campaign. I mean,
yes,
I am me trimupo transi I share the field of candidates. I mean, who said Dr. Baumia and I papa. And so Sabrina na sa assembly di akotin wo campaign ye mupa and then I mean cha de ni aban mu enti obi antumi nka sa de no ebiem even your fee campaign asino na edabino mo nso ano say na a top heavy dipa na wa ban mu na mpese omde Dr. Baumia assign ba na interesting thing is that bina kan as I say me plate so there but said I will play to so there and papa nipa krona na bi di agia grofo complaints we no na ebo modern didi wa ban mu na omo person na omo san de ba omi aba na omo san koso didi the same people ni be free ya jaba ku fi studio asisia omo ko pie obi agi e de ende so and yeah campaign do some point be no grassroots no assume ama baby I'll be fabia literary coordinators who are closest to the ground. Greater Accra Asani ye free her out of 595 literary coordinators, emu 451 representing almost 76% in a year declaration by Dr. Baumia.
Like public declaration.
Public declaration in front of the rest of their delegates, and a lot of them told us omo polling station for nyina na agree ho ansana omba be this declaration a breast article so pe no mo start mama musika so mo meye this declaration na campaign start anti omo so mo na usika and we want to be omo publicly I am rich there so that TV it was going to come up some declaration by it is just because someone sabi Dr. Baumia atoma a delegates no atomasu if you are na grofo ekikan sem person at the election loss no say doctor come but say utie ni delivery no first year engage delegates na oyi nsem no to ho mako a friend konkonsa series no and you what was aha first year konkonsa number 1 number 2 no chirem and e bi se community na Ghana for say aban krom ntomma no e bi se ono ani krom for kran to all of these be anywhere supported by data. This autonomous engage delegates no na you can sem na ovia the only reaction is that the delegates realize sabe na nka man for person omde omo say Daniel omo 9 na omo who the reality on the ground.
But in Greater Accra and the number of declarations from electoral area coordinators, I mean, for 76% of them declaring for Dr. Baumia, that's massive.
Yes.
But Rocky Eka BB about the total vote of the two candidates in Greater Accra for 2023. So in 2023, despite the odds against Onone candidate Kennedy Japan, only 17,000 votes in Greater Accra. Against Baumia 19,000. Even then, with me closely gap, ni say this time with how their campaign is going, Greater Accra is in the back for them. And I mean, looking at the numbers in 2023 against this year.
So you will realize, say, one of the things that is pretty obvious was at the time they are painting Dr. Baumia as being an establishment candidate. And you saw the results of our elections are clearly not party for Buafu Abaino. For which reason, Oman Kotuaba. It shouldn't surprise you. Say, Nunti Sabreno. Obia not feel say, me a delegate. Me Buafu Abain. Yes, I coenso, Dr. Baumia, Abaina the neighbor. And that's I mean two mano. But then, until I'm free, I said the freeze, say, propaganda. Ngongonzano omudi tumu nyina no party mano atiase bebre ehun se sentisa ene ukọ fompa na ukọhwe nipa ni bia etitare other candidates achia ekire omo establishment candidate anya Dr. Baumia. One of them was caught on tape saying say ono kra de eye na adwimpo se na adumpo support to Baumia because what he say yes Baumia so ba on appoint na nado enkrofo. So what I say, achita for ni bi, ena tape achina okikasa ansemi. Asa ansemi sebe entisa Dr. Baumia nkoka wo bebia exactly. Inti important say yeti ase say sabre especially Greater Accra. Ahana bibia ekoso ewo omani mu a ubehu say effect no very very high. E de kire say ye nyina yeti ha. Although me free so home, it's in cry. Obi me digital free. Ashanti region. And so oten cry. The na obia tete mu bia or the console of febi at the bar So when you start off that kind of campaign, say we there ono na aban no e de na ebo na say o party for no feel say aban no ne omo anini yia na enu nti ombe gina so what do you think will happen? Enu nti ombe to aba etia no. But luckily sa de na free ho. Ye ni aban mu biem. Party for na hu say nsema ya ka kiro mu nyina say Dr. Baumia na do na de na eba na do ne aban mu for na de na eba no antisa Dr. Baumia achira mo bia hu say he's a man of his own. Ojina no ane na so ono ana eba as himself. Anyo obi na achira ne say fa ha si ha ko say da bi oba contest ni mu as Dr. Mahmoud Baumia na nisu adi hu na dwen kire. In fact, in United Ghana there was a sitting president, the boss had put e-levy on the books. Dr. Baumia became flag bearer and said, "Oba, that's a e-levy, and that's where your books over here free." Clearly, couldn't have been say abana na tuzuna any yodium. So I know man any delegates no. Omo. Enti see so say be na mu ya adwuma ya reda mu kakra. Ya conform ni etie their delegates no eka from what ya catch omo na binum catch omo 2023 and then your hu ye 2024 election no e dey be see enne your hu a adwen sakra bebre above.
But knowing in so say said you kai and because of the narrative you pushy on Baumia say aban the neighbor na delegate bebre ebuafu aban no and then reflecting in 2024 elections. Good. Sisi also say wo fa you know toe to toe now we share leading party members Aidi Baumia against all the other candidates now. Baumia seems to have more of the leading party members. And these are people are no more they were ministers of states, no more CEOs and all of that. It is a Sabufona party for Nyama. You think it's gone? Especially knowing say more other candidates in this race, Ekosiise delegator, they are still pushing that narrative. Say, oh more and the deal much mama Juma and the Oma Basamon sign trouble Emma won. Why do you think it will be different this time?
Obi Sunday in Ayabro Pepe. Mefa he say a Kenna Natoshi Jojo Roxin, former CEO of Boston MP for Bibiani and Yasmin. But me, I'm on list, you know. Government appointees, Dikene John Oken Nankasa was board chairman, Ghana Gas MP. Nayere was board chair for your friend Jose. Shippers. Exactly. But me, I'm on list of me, Baby, me Fabra Champo, Nankasa was Minister of State at National Security. Later, he was minister responsible for agriculture. Baby, hold the government position the same way. Anna Ebinsudi, Dr. Baumia, it is that issue. Educhum, so no a minister.
Yeah, no a minister. Education.
Like I say, be a kwabenape, Anna out of the five, no. Na onka, a buying home in that sense. On those crowds on your berry. He's been breezing through the constituencies. Whereas the others are engaging delegates, he's breezing through anyway, that is just on the lighter notes. Madam for Power Cobra and Opa Bio send them in the campaign. I don't know a hit to that wow send this and the message. This now Obi.
Yes.
Amasa asem no oka enyina biem golu gira ho ka kire delegate say ohu papa we aban mufu edidi yankwa na di naji wotewa oka gina omo hwe wachi ni party ho nyina ya aban mufu former appointees. So it doesn't hold water again, and that is why I'm saying say suddenly part of the propaganda omodi year juma in 2023 no ajegu enya juma yes
because part of the narrative then, and it's Baumia was the establishment candidate, an internal appointee in Edinachi. Kennedy or Nonkwa, he was Lone Ranger, and Numpo Otiminya 37%. And they are no swenya kukudam for an hour list be Abidinachi. Then it means he may turn his fortunes around a bit media baby.
Matisa Asem.
Yes.
But the truth of the matter is that situation in 2023. in terms of your buying. Yes. And in some be a kind as a candidate, then na Baumia ya sitting vice president. And no money be a na delegates no be sa once a man. Na because one year because you are buying money about election. One year kasa etia abayno ama affect party in general. And they ushia delegates people are recording and so anti say you need our constraints in BM. We don't have the same constraints near works our brain. It's also yen kwan ye trend semu ye kasa bibi anka de bebo obi sombo because you are bam want to be chim. I know the bonus sombo oba chechim. Moreover, nipa ye edi nipa ye chi nso no sabe says no bia ni mudro ana anya sa as no bia ni mudro enti yes ubenya bia di wachi we so benya bia di wachi party for no so mo carry side pa no ehwe ana nsemo aye ka ya no di nsemo aye de tudwa kwan aye fa so ka no sabe betra radio so and now share delegates na no one say we can nsem tra without substance so ana me candidate no ono bie enwuma no way so steel factory wo motorway nipa na adwuma factory na ese awie
so ogusu si fankofo adwuma
exactly
like workers are adwuma
exactly and they delegates na questions so anya bia anya wo pe omo afa nipa adwuma mu bebre da me unsa hana me adwuma 28 years ago
yes
kwesi twum nom despite nom omo na yiyo mo boto musika titi nyuma nkitinkiti anyia bedru ne and fa presidency ne momo anya wo a ukoje aban madwuma na sika ba obotom now the be to hotel dan now the be ultimate factory now no nti ni pay si that's what create employment there be ya ba aban mu no
na say bi mu nso nya aban mu nyuma o man fa anya hwe
ya ba aban mu no ya ba aban mu no na obia wo ho akwanya se obekire na dwen aboa na nado amamuo
yes
amadi nyuma aba
that's true
so what I say
that's true
enti se ya wa aban mu a na say wo sa akwanya wo access to na nado anya no nkwa say wo de beji contract ayo ebi ni se wo de be wadwe be kire se nana yesei wo yesei a ebetumi abie enyuma eno na ya ka grofozo what about me and no digitalization this will be because also the abrochire beba Ghana and now kita me hu video grofo free amanoni adu na omu use e-gates tell me West Africa country kwa udu na o even national idea utumi fa e-gate bi mu and abrochire na ego so de beba Ghana na say obi the say even drones eba ne Ghana ha drone pilots are US for creating perform so mon come person mo establish medical drone system mo ko chiro mon grofo say the Ghana for your modia. What does it tell you? A catcher will say, Senka, Ubi and Fasa Adriano, ama ya mfanya, Nanka Juma be any hosa. Ekofa mobile money into probability buy, and Sunny a deba, ama and Neobi, Oda de man, Juna Kanya Duma, Uni mobile money poor wallet more, who to make his free bank, about wallet in him, Edibito, ECG, our power up. Ya integrity way in I don't know, Yaka Ghana, ha. Yeah, Pan Africa hana Saudi any adwuma. Other African countries no into probability are normal no. Be Airtel and Tigo, AT2, MTN and MTN to Telecel. I don't know adwuma. And yet the ultimate down pump is careful bank account mu about wallet mu spending on certain utilities near there be. I don't know Ghana. And because of a nuntino mobile money agents, for instance, a free fee just less than 100,000 to over 900,000 created over 800 jobs for people. Adentra, mimi fee, he walas, me Johnson's, me yeska, my kids get free bank about me wallet, so much money basic walas when I could cash out money. Menko bank, an ATM mpo. So more people realize, so we create all these agencies are Nkrofobe, Iska for home almost and sa ako. Omano. These kind of interventions, Adria Yadeba Massacre, Quaya, or Manford, no, a transit, I may be a human. I don't know, and you break a motor, some my contract, but now for so 10 million and 20 million steel factory, the man for the pajumum. See, I'm for contracts now, amount. Near the man, Mr. Philip Osei Bonsu, no, 10 million, no, no, see me, see factory, or for the same people. in the job place. And I'm one.
Yeah, but unse in making promises to voters.
Yes.
The promise should have credibility.
Yes.
And sometimes credibility also back with experience. In the experience or a body of work to show. If the biggest challenge facing the Ghanaian youth is unemployment, Rocky's argument, and I say, who amongst the aspirants, and I say, will make a promise on job creation among for Bejinedi? He thinks because Ken has the body of work to show in terms of job creation more than, according to him, all the other aspirants, you know. But that's the single most important challenge for the Ghanaian people. Oh, sir, Oman FM go for you,
Indeed, none of me business say not there.
Yes.
That's a compare multimedia. And then why any part of those?
Oh, yeah.
And I am farmer question. Say, Oman FM go on who there. Now you're sure, say, Papa said, I know a D. So when you might pay a Juma, he owns a TV station. Nkano pay be our sorry na factory ni good TV so be area. And they are a social media bushi. Nkano so any documentary. This is the social and so factory. This is the fishing at the coast no. They will show. Does it exist anywhere? I said nobody.
To say it doesn't exist, that may be stretching the argument.
The existence I'm talking about is the jobs. And they coast no Adani warehouses. Korea for now, South Koreans are normal. Coast those coast stores have turned into warehouses.
Whose coast store? Is it Kenya Japan's coast store?
And why be no born on some no Ghana has all coast stores?
Adani warehouse. I feel no see.
There be coast store so see at. When him set up hotel.
Dabi.
I to the question.
Okay.
Big hotel. Otoye is a hotel campaign headquarters. Campaign headquarters. That time Otoye now.
Okay,
Otoye. Okay. My point to you is that all these talk about me were companies nipa ye adwuma ewo he o bon ho sa me woni pa 7 ewo mpesa me correct almo nchira me ba ko na me ko go
argument say wa wo see eni ho no you are alleging say no the proof say eni ho
enti
be ono say owo we creating human 7,000 wo see eni ho a what your
enti I should sit here and tell you say Dr. Baumia of farm and nipa 10,000 years adwuma wo north then you go and prove. Okay, Dr. Baumia or Juma farm 20,000 or not. Most prove say this is the problem. Only pay and no what TV station, social media platforms, handles. Mr. Challenge on I've gone around central region. A man lower than my country delegates or Munkanchrom. I didn't same constituency. Some say me person omo kire baby ani pa dey adwuma na me nkɔ hwebi me an so omo ntumi nya documentary amaya mom me peke nnwuma na nipa 7,000 ye wo mu no na makɔ film me na me dey atro bi an so omo nie mouth.
So you don't believe that story?
No, the your friend is a steel factory no ogusu si onsi nwie e wo your friend is a motorway no amazing for your friend is saying steel benders. Ade. How many 7,000?
It may not be 7,000, but yeah, Juma we create.
Which I don't doubt. Okay. But my point is that that is not the kind of a Juma. If you say me innovative, me wo agria ye di biye Juma. That is why I was saying say woman me sell opportunities today, me contracts, I buy contracts. Na minya millions of dollars from those contracts. It's maybe be human being. Oh, my crowd, me see water factory, obi wa ba water factory. I was home. Nipa ye adwuma wo ho. Me dey meet me dey ato abonte. Am I FM for going to be in Jomko?
No, we don't have those.
Maybe I have it.
Say only
me say me will be.
You've not shown it.
Ya pon Abraham Fiebere.
No, but that's not fair.
But the facts are better.
Because I about a man for.
You want to meet Jomko? They want me know. We can't even pay the workers.
But honorable, do you also agree, say? Maybe we've gotten to a point as a country. We've tried lawyers, we've tried economists.
We haven't tried any economists. Tell me one president who was an economist.
Okay. You have a point.
Thank you.
But some believe, sir, maybe it's the time I was seeing a practical businessman.
But Obi, what is our problem as a country? Any economy?
economy, job creation.
Yes, but the job creation is part of the economy. Nobody will say, oh yeah, what they call carpenter?
Darby.
What they call
a dentist.
Exactly. So if our problem is that of the economy, and everybody agrees that the little opportunities that Dr. Bawumia got in Abayemu, akwenya kakra onyinyaaye. So November 2022, Adwaboase, no ye guest of honor that day. A hono jina no to say your problem ayenya. So that time na diesel on the petrol year do 24 cedis a gallon. Now Ghana, that exchange rate a shooty a hono two na numu tio ka say wadwen ho de akọ susuyemu.
Yes.
Who say ye gold na e Ghana ha ye cedis ne to gold na e betumi aboya ma ye save situation. Me engineer a broadcast as it took me months to listen over and over and seek ideas from people to come to appreciate that say the CD no to gold na and put pressure on the CD because your gold reserves na na ohodada no o koto a dollar now they are koto to show up the reserves. Also, I swap $1 to her. I just a bill open dollar to with 2 CDs. But you see a CD, no, at the toy gold, no, yeah, the creative reserves there. Yet to me, you use those reserves, no, at the generating more dollars. It took this smart man to think. Ghana had been buying, digging gold and selling, and then using dollars to buy gold from outside. It took Dr. Bawumia to think outside the box and announce this. I will Ujra 2022. I will soon. No, share your boss by January when the first gold for oil transaction has been done. Now products now arrive by February. I best started the prices no about form. It was from then and he started who say ecoform. And ababedu baby adu and this for the bomb home samrani. So what I say that's the kind of mind we are looking for. Say you human year pa. I don't know me can say the idea about what they buy, which is the just even mobile money into probability. I be as a sector ni mono in human aura amanipa dom enya. If he opposition ba mu no man mu graduates enya juma nye atitifie ama omo form unemployed graduates association.
Yes.
It took Dr. Bawumia to think again. Say, "Nienti ankofo yinya adwuma nye." And he said, "Adwuma bia ye be advertise no. Ezi ye pe 5 years experience, 3 years experience. Nti ade na yemfa aban akwanya bi so. Ema mabunu experience. Na omo wi a omo tumi anya enwuma bi apply. Na omo de create napco. Yes, ya jitu mbra ya kwa ahonchire mutika sem napco e face challenges. But through that, 100,000 people in your temporary employment. About 35,000 in your permanent employment. That is why Dr. Bawumia can say, "Amamuno, and you bottom scanner dibu." No, I say, "I preforms, and I will blow na water bottles, and what bottles, my me be also whom factory, me blow." Preforms. I use you. Here's I see water. Yeah, but yeah, so below.
Yeah, but say as president, no, man leverage to facilitate some of these things on a large scale, and that's what he's telling.
The question is how. What can you do to facilitate these things that is not already being done through various government agencies? We had funds. We have 1D1F. Ono ade odi na charge say nyo na no hwe Exim Bank so nya ho na diska eboa masa no ma etumeko de no omo ye agin mo odi na chi as that time Exim Bank boss no what he had all the money to help we even had entity here omo boa omo new ventures here the venture capital all those were there right good so clearly it is not for lack of trying, but it is rather for some people who understand economics better to be able to bring innovations to be able to bring, because I buy a Kenyan, so I buy a home actually not up a baby here, actually scale free, no introducing new taxes, no AC. But we have sat down and so here the proposals for how we're going to make money. At the time, I'm in Tiasia. I say, oh, a car tax, a car, nipa di na ebeche. Yeah, we are a tax neso. And yet he had modeled this thing, economic modeling, Maka Dr. Bako. No, a model idea, a model. I told him no.
Yeah, so the video went viral.
I need to cry about it. Madam,
Stevie Amwa.
Dr. Stevie Amwa, no model, no. But Dr. Bawumia modeled this thing in such a way, say, Obi, or tax out here be conform. A car only or taxes smoother than not the. However, at the end of the day, he believed that his model was going to bring more revenue to government, to the extent that government was going to do more. And I believed him, because again, when Gold for Oil, he proposed it, I couldn't understand it, but it's worked and it's still working. That is what we need. The ideas are making, mobile money into probability in human buy close to 1 million jobs. Maka NAPCO, Maka drone systems. Every little intervention that Dr. Bawumia brought its own job creation in there. Sabi, I don't need to go to water and wow. There be. I know the form for but how can we open up markets for these people outside the country? No be able to billionaires 6. I be share the boss crowd doing him because no. Come on. None for you gullible sound.
The boss I Oya Tamale Airport.
Yeah.
Say Oye Northern part now say food basket. Tamale Airport will be expanded. Produce will be exported straight from there and all of that.
You have a country now where currently I would say kakra you free the economic challenges are come through COVID and Ukraine way. The investor be or baby or person obey investment or try some future big government led by somebody Abasada obey investment how do your Mahamayaka come on who can't send me answer there when who Bruni said they are mythomaniacs they manufacture lies and then they begin to believe the lies themselves so I just they manufacture lies and then they start believing the lies themselves. That's the problem. Repeating lies now. No, if you say
Director of Elections for Ken campaign on my some data why he believes this time they can win. Many Brian Achampong Edin come on also my reasons why he thinks he can win. In fact, I don't know why head Krapaka said his team have profiled every delegate across the country. Umunim delegate Bia Obeto Ediama Brian Echampo, and based on our profiling, no, he is confident they are winning. The Ken campaign so Akase 6 regions are controlled by 70% of the delegates number. Volta, Greater Accra, Central, Western, Eastern, and Ashanti. They won 2 out of these 6 regions in the last primaries, Volta and Central. And for those 2, they are winning again this time around. Greater Accra, the campaign is going very well. Obia said, Oba Greater Accra, Ken Afa. Western, they are winning. Eastern and Ashanti, they are hoping to do very, very well in these 2 regions. Based on this, no, out of 70%, no, it's clear for them, say, they are winning this election. And based on the strength of what they did in 2023, Osha Ken, Osha Brian, and Nyomamudi Atwabon, this is Nuntumu Winia. What do you have to counter Sanyama?
Obi Medasi, the decline is say, oh, yeah, politics. Now, Odisika 70 anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, they are traditional. Because Obi are PBD. Obi Shiame, now, Mammy tell me they will scowl, be crack cash. Where shows my mom who might go with you. You want to know. So, my family, why you hear see cry? Mema na me na me kan kire o se minya bia mindi na me kire o se me support o enti a lot of these people omo profiling omo ye no is simply based on in some of my catch delegates. Me dem we ska ba mama we ska da ba to order no me be cheska say mama we say. That's the kind of thing that has gone on in this election. I told you earlier, Obi started 2023. I am rich. Yeah, you are rich. So what I say. Yes. I always tell people say one of the good things that I have had going for me as a politician. And it's a form for na me ben omo no obi anim say be me awemfo me ni bi enti no kura we mu to be catch me when they engage me they able to tell me the truth campaign me manage say enya obi ansro manim ne kasa obe catch me e ono about how they mo hwe ni yi how they mo hwe ni yi enti based on that when I profile delegates when I meet delegates I remember me Brian that there's also a lose election that oboa maybe till the 2012. Many know your election 28 there now a pie. Yes. Yet nothing. I'm a catcher Brian say, Brian, your performance today, the best is that Abanbe pie. Why do you say that? Now I've profiled my delegates. Now emu 51. There's no way on beto Abanama. Okosroba form. Tia to Abaniwe ampa. I got 51 votes. He got 51 votes. So wow, yeah, the premise so what I say. So and then it's how this Kasem do him. I was a battle him na me was delegates no. On be peneso. Obia obi bisa obeka say my trauma. It makes it difficult for you say obe synthesize the truth out of say no. And that is what is misleading a lot of them. And true. Let's say I call 23. Can we need in two regions? Yes. Yes, you are trans, you analyze, you hear what the issues were, what strategies that you deploy to mitigate the factors are arising with that. And I can tell you, the region, you have a surprise in his region. Central region. I'm telling you. The region, he will be surprised in his region this time around. So we in a region in free more. Yeah. How about Greater Accra region? Looking at how close I have just given you a statistic of the closest to the base of the party of electoral area coordinators. I'm about out openly. When these things happened, their response was that Yesikana Yachiche Amom. It is a trimu. I also say Yesikana Yamu Bina. Or declare support for Dr. Baumia. Now, what problem? Maybe any problem. If you say, in most of these instances, if you cry, you be do hono. Now, more koko. Say, aha, mobe dry. Yes. You perceive declare Dr. Baumia. You do where we are. Introductions. You be a chairman. I can say we know. Now, maybe see assume say, electoral coordinators say waha. Baby cry there was 18 out of 18, maybe 17 out of 18, maybe 16 out of 17. No more declare at the MI. Number it will appreciate for two reasons. Two constituencies anchor 451 now. Plus, there are few been with space Bruny on Beche and near money at the Intino. Now, almost some you but Binti. They decided that I'll better Kakrada marry. A bill her, constituency chairman near there intimidate yomo. Jomofo say omo manima abeha omo. And for that matter, there are a few who we know close to be 50 in number in different constituencies. I almost support you, but omo manim anchor ASR declarations, no. Because you are from Eastern Region. Yes. How is Eastern Region looking for more? Oh, Eastern Region. No, we say Brian a champion also for Eastern Region. The Eastern there, you be fan of Boko Kra. Eastern Region. I just fight Kra. You know the influence of Brian a champion in Eastern Region? Influenced by. Honorable. Influenced by other Brian. No, Brian was almost, he almost single-handedly took the region on his shoulder in the 2024 election. Really? Somebody interviewed Brian. That was it. And what he single-handedly what he did for the party in the region. Yes, he did. Brian did help. Yes, but it doesn't mean that he single-handedly. Because now him the cost of running the campaign in the region. And when your friend say Mama APC Siko. That be. It goes way beyond that. Now flag bearer the movement, and there's yeah, flag bearer aspirant. He's moving and he sees the cost. The flag bearers movement alone through the 30. We went to 32 constituencies. It's in region. We went to we went to 275 constituencies. The only constituency I am from Plains North, where the regional chairman threatened, say or he will even attack the candidate, because not only Brian is support independent candidate against the party's choice.
From
Plains North, yeah.
But there is no evidence to that. Say on a Brian.
I was campaign manager. I have records. I can show you.
Say on a Brian. How do you prove that? Say on a Brian. Because our body didn't. I think it's only fair if you have any proof to put that out. If
someone else Ojichi is scammer candidates, no. We shall know besides I then from Plains North candidates Nisika no they come independent. Obi, I know besides. Small more back. Open more me yaba.
Oh, damn it. I mean, I don't know. How do we know so this kind of come out? Independent candidates.
I make a cherry. Me suma MP ba ko say onko Afram Plains North onko boa na omo threaten executive jawo nyina so omo nim na omo boa candidate no to prepare to receive Dr. Baumia e constituency ho a Asempa to omo MP no could drew a insiona no and a candidate difference was straight on sign e so ba or no candidate na kra obenya problem. I have the records here. MP don't Brian and I'm say. And then the car you receipt what obetwa ade no I signing in house and the brem. I can show you all the evidences here. And yes, Brian Bois it's in region body here so baby.
Harris
and that you do call your friend is Abitifi. Regional chairman sent me a message say he knew near Kokochia Koma here. They will boycott both in Price and ABTV. I have the message here.
For the 2024 elections campaign.
Yes, election campaign as America. 2024 election campaigns and your primaries. Since year Kokochia Koma here will be there. They will boycott them Price and ABTV programs. I have it here.
The reason
being that okay, there was a fight between Brian and Kwame, and this had entered our politics. 80 years also your boys in Rigi. Maybe you pursue me and some the BBP Obi. Pursue.
But these are matters when.
But these are the same people who we are. No more person who blame Dr. Baumia for our losses. These are the same people. When they finish, they want to tell you, say, Dr. Baumia may lose election.
Yes, sir, and yet they don't just blame him. They because Brian Bettenham on my data why he thinks the candidate didn't help you.
Which
in
data?
2024.
Which data? And I'm giving you the facts on the ground of actions they undertook, which set our campaign back.
The fact
now, for the problem a huge group of people. They are one of our solid base in terms of MPP. And I was choosing our name in the echo. Okay, say base house na wo hina na 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 yomode.
But it is not public knowledge on your mind. That is maybe information you have.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but putting it on a public radio like this,
it
should come with
evidence.
And when he sues, you can prove.
Oh, Pamela, no read the ground. Oh, Pamela, no read the
It's real data, and it's for about 7 regions in our country.
Yeah.
The MPP's candidate in 2024 went to me and Winnie, even one constituency.
Yeah.
In these 7 regions, I mean that's like a massive rejection.
2012, how many regions did Anadu win?
2012. At least 10 regions.
Yeah.
He won. Is it 2?
2.
Yes.
Yeah. But he went on to win the next election. Anna, you went on to win the next election. In any case, we should realize something.
But I don't know the one regions. Or say in 7 regions, presidential, more winning. Even one constituency. That's the point he's making.
I understand, and I can. If I knew you bring up this data thing, I would have brought a lot of data to counter this for you. You would see, say, and yet it's happened severally in the past. It has happened several times in the past.
Yes.
And not a too distant past. You see, election in Lusunu Shimpre Kupesa.
Yes.
When your seat in parliament dwindled from 169
to 137.
To 137. That is when the party in government should have sat up, and they were all members of the government. If you could for first term or second term,
yes.
That's one too. We entered government with about 100 seats out of 200. The NDC had 92.
Yeah.
And there were some independents and smaller parties. Ebeka Ehuninya 108, the face of 92. Next time we created 30 seats. We ended up with 128 seats.
In the 2004
elections. The NDC got 94. We got another PNC, CPP, independents by Johnny and 136. So we appreciated. And that was the momentum we carried into the 2008 elections.
Yes.
Now, when you started from 169, and due to government issues, behavior of appointees, some reports, capture, it is a general secretary summarizing. This is the reason. By the time you got to 2020, now we're free 169, do 137, 137. To the extent the MP square culture was the other neighbor say, Speaker the MP, what's your name? They are nominating as Speaker. MP say catch us the Empero. Also, to the extent that we ended up with Bagbin as the Speaker of a hung parliament. That is the wake-up call for MPP. And that Canadian guys here lose election in 2022. Also, we lost the election 2 years before.
Yeah, he's on record.
Yes, he was on record to have said that. And what was his basis when we had not even elected a flag bearer? We elected our flag bearer 4th November 2023. And how could he have known? Say we lost the election in 2022.
It was also the challenges in the economy.
Exactly. So if we all agree that these were the challenges that were in the economy, those were the issues. Now say, Anunti, you don't win some seats in certain regions. Why are we putting that on Dr. Baumia? Niger Gacy, you say. Say a Canadian got 30% crying. Yamina Mikayo. So for the guy, I wanna how many just so food the baby. So for another so for.
Or a prophet.
Hey, you go for prophecies about her.
No, or a prophet.
Obi, you go for prophecies about her.
Nigel Gacy, a prophet, Nigel Gacy. But I mean, it reminds me of the issue of spirituality in elections.
Okay.
And when him said Ghana is a largely very spiritual and religious country.
Yeah.
In Tiaba, elections, not prophecy saying at the bar. It has a way of playing on amount for sentiment, or emotions, or decision making, any other.
True.
Are you worried, sir? There is a respected prophet and in Bernard L. Bernard. He's been very consistent on his prophecy. I mean, to the extent say what true book, that's like taking it to another level.
Yeah.
For him to go that far, meaning say he's seen something real, consistently, almost every time Obekasa he makes the point say Ken is winning.
On one was it SRC elections be or committee predictions be or
SRC elections. No, in the maintain SRC.
Oh, and check. I have him. Namuna network. I don't know.
And the maintain.
The bunch 31st. No, just 23, 24 days away.
Yeah, that's
and then 7. I got 24 days.
24 days.
Why here? A been prophet, so we a prophet went to now down.
Ministry.
Why here? Why here? Tiaro.
Sir.
So what can say bebum? Now me cry there. There are them one say o say prophecy. O say nkoma. Say Nyankopon na yi a kire o. O ja to wa say nko we.
Yes.
But when they do baby no mo campaign cracker.
Sepia or shepherd the prophets number.
Sorry, Yama prophet, Yamama Isra. Now they all shepherd Isra make it sure. Obi.
Yes.
Baumia, we knew here. Baha. Pesaya of prophets no baha. No beshamen come. Oh my bravo.
Sir.
The same prophet.
I mean, he has said he is confident that nothing can change the prophecy and that Ken is winning.
Yeah.
We're a campaign manager for Baumia. Are you also that confident? Say, Bibia, from what you know, Bibia and Baumia is winning.
Prophet be a friend of Walasi, what think?
Yeah, Prophet Walasi. Yes.
And also, Anya Isre.
Okay.
Ochre say nothing will also change it. It is a say, also Baumia anyway. It is a say, yeah, say, Bernard Nyame, and I Walasi Nyame.
The end of the Bebe.
The end of the Bebe. And I'm very trained.
Now, Baumia Nyame so why? Send you more years, you money. And let me say, as campaign manager, are you also confident that nothing is changing? You are winning.
Me, dear, science and data, me a scientist.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Me a scientist. So I'm here, Juma.
Meaning,
me officer now.
Engineer.
Me officer now.
Yeah.
Me buy my coach engineer. So I just say, just science and data. That is why I was telling you, say, I just say profiling no more. You.
I'm also my profile.
Me so me grab me profiling no. My yada na make say me dey end me call no remfo. And e bi no call me Oscar. Iti who profiling no, you are seeing me Oscar profiling. Me so me who remfo profiling. I be catch me say I had here problem we ha this year. Inti me data me kita no, me wo gide o. Inti na yenye dede no. We are working on the grounds. You see, one of the things I want to come out clearly will be the fact say we are all talking says we election I didn't hear MPP true I be win election nkabom yes na someone ebinom eka e de kire omachita iPhone I don't know betumi amasa nkabom no
Asempa FM
ohwe nra videos bia abrantie bi ne petition bia watchro you've read it. Very affinity, but it's there. General Secretary Kra, I'm the election committee, you know, to police to investigate in some more kind of regular election, you know. Do you feel no
director of elections.
Debbie, also
anti-rigging squad. Yeah, he's director of elections.
Now, my surprise is that what has to see, I say, the bamboo in our process for us. Niti o anti-rigging squad no more yet. They are not pooling agents. They are not police. So what are they and where are they going to be? So you are going to use the pretext. So be we are abam. Who be payo. Ghana will be an election to don't Jeremy. Many Brian one election you call 5 times. Just one election, you call election 5 times. Now what is our boring no nipa trim so be we am no cover boys a be poor be now. So that omo to trust them basabasa ye ebeba ho because they are not police agents, they are not policemen. So what is your anti-rigging squad? No more den nipa sube omo be den ewo ho.
So they will be in their strong room, campaign strong room to
now when you regular election. So be regular election. Oh strong room when you regular. You intend to bring nipa some may to trust them ewo baby aye to abano. And I was started the boring show with teams so be so real about because this and Rama will be a video say your stuffy ballot boxes. I boy could you dinka hobby. And I've told you I'm sending a message say General Udiga home. A browse a brown year did cannot tell me General Secretary now through petition at the National Council. To me may say say me a bold DB as okay on the air regama about me. Maybe no one meeting be our baby as campaign manager. See, I'm going to give you my baby. See, you want to take action. No Ukrainian me who say election committee natural side and whole letter the Akoma police said they should investigate it quickly. Election I hear Bekono Obi ballot papers no cry am printing. I think the training you selected ballot printing supervisors.
Yes.
Ballot printing supervisors are Obia you see campaign we have any pensia Emra. Umbe run shifts and open me no we me no and adu me no because almost start umbe print akọ say umbe we enti ballot paper ben and obi nya aye and o de ko share ballot box ben mu amamo onyonko aye ehu video o share Kennedy Japan atare de banner send na chi ka ho say oye Kennedy campaign team member atro ho letter all this wa mo campaign idea mo kan ho now the body we say ni patrimu wi a ye beto abade be wi no one lose you know Osei say nipa no how would they think feel say obi arrogant
but me busa Rocky
yes
Rocky ka say so far omo and Dr. Brian Champon campaign and omaba out publicly to commend Ejuma the National Elections Committee of your party but I say mon share that me born National Elections Committee in Abaso so my Ejuma pa. Why? Is it reforms no modi aba na mani nye ho ana?
Reform men no modi aba.
Oh, since you almost say proxy voting no may year free because I bet me or the potential to create confusion.
Me ba ho. That's you complain here. Document that modi ba say you na fa ensanche. Say you na the ensanche. As
yeah, but public no more acknowledge so my adwuma pa.
Na adwuma ye unye nwie. Adwuma na ye no. Yes. Ana election committee o ma wi o adwuma.
No, mu nwie.
O mu nwie. Enti agro ba o je fiade na tutu America go je na opore. The same people now GDA mapasei wo election committee no adwuma mu dia abatwa yeko you know mo na hye omonsa abatwa no ne to ne kenkan ne transmission of results ni nyina hye election committee ne nsa that's why bo o mabaso publicly awia adan outside form anti-rigging squad why na ye ne hear abatwa so ba me ankro for ne hear abatwa no so ana election committee no uko enso na tifi eko hono no we are no abanafo no be bisa say den so e den na ani say because that is precisely what you are doing at the end of you are undermining the work of the electoral presidential election committee pek no adwuma no mototo na se we are no be gina abontina obo ma baso say oh my adwuma pa so wo gidie wo omo adwuma mu dia ma wo ne ye enda di say wo gidie e wo ma adwuma enye ano fu ba o mi team no e ogidie wo omumu although omuni party so edu say ya na oye coordinator ma Ken ewo ahafu ene buno area ano any main financier in the area is a member of the PEC by fire we haven't complained and yes I same you mokika me ni nipa bia wo so can you imagine say ngede meto sa committee so obi nga wenya so ofia hey ba mi campaign manager kraka PEC ne ho so I say but we don't complain because I don't believe say abada e beto no usuhum no you say usu ne PEC no mo wasu to me in terms of say on betumi manipulate ama obi awini na aya na me caution say afutu a ye de ma ye aspirants ye leaders no ye mo mafutu pa if you say sa afutu oni bi o ha I don't need to me emma omo adwen bone ma decisions bi omo dey take no omo dey take what I say yes now no ye call presidential election committee meeting I can by proxy asemi ya okay also din on proxy no adaya owo aya omo ka kire no wo bantama say last abana etu and he won no omo the proxy vote ni begu mo pena olusu ye obi
ene ye hwan na e kasa asem no
Kennedy Japan na kasa asem
ne rep ana so
no ankasa
okay
obi abana ye toa common sense dictates that you're tuning in a good ballot box back. So who will be a delegate? No, I'm gonna make it our proxy. Make a tour me to me, you know. Me turn at the same time. A good the same, but indeed, about as any be a ballot box, no kind, every year, never winning. No, yeah, they proxy votes a free baby by as if say proxy votes, you're turning separately or dying from. Our jet. Now, the whole idea is here, my proxy to be Nick KKK was based on this. I say I'm fine.
But mama say on the proxy, no?
Yeah.
They didn't suggest say Mamun to be there. PEC na ne ba out because so when decided say.
Oh, but I'm telling you what was happening in the room. I'm telling you, I was there in the room
before that announcement.
Yes, before that announcement by PEC, I was there. on prima and I don't know ne General Secretary ne a friend say national organizer Grania you attacking the National Council of Buyers ne the same way I mean so what post channel and no and it was all based on misinformation.
Was it not rather based on the experience in 2023?
I know that America said so-called experience. Yes. No, it's not true. I've just told you.
The fact, for example, say yes. Northern or Savannah area or no, delegates came to show him evidence. Say Omotomano.
Which evidence?
Oh, now
America say mean sure.
But Omoko kind of police first stop you on mobile. See on zero.
America say mean sure. So evidence so the omutra photo.
Absolutely. I think
now election now you got one to see as mobile from mobile phone. There are no crime in itself, no. And no crime in itself. It's an illegality. Now granted impose obitra photo. Many Brian 51 and American say same way. Abranti we will I can now say it. This is the first time Brian will hear this. You to abani we bia no kwa. Nipa tini dem we 52. As you can vote on 51. I had a guy in his place. Or Kotwabana or Tamprinti Ewo papers no way track the tambo round. Say no they're sharing bottom. Or no they are too Brian and you know trying to photo no year for no to mammy. I'm back high ballot to 51. Brian back on if you know me 50. Or to me Munipana or to Etiana. I ran any free last year. What I say? Because on no more be a photo the bachelor. Obia 52 pictures. Obia 2. Meanwhile, Ojina Obi the Ekai. Ekai is only 51. I have too much experience in this game to believe some of these when I'm a called notes. Now, when I'm saying the Obakas are trying to open the Gogoska, when I was really rich, you back all kinds of things actually. Eh? Let me give you a classical example, Obi. Yeto Abba. Say out to Abba.
Yes.
McCain say own share to Abba ballot paper near the amount first presidential and parliamentary.
I think it's a presidential.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Because Okusia in Democrat Sana Elaine out. Yes. It's auto presidential and if no to parliamentary. Yeah, Kaya the same way they open the presidential ballot box. No McCain. Omuya no McCain. I declare now for McCain parliamentary. The same way Umba Collation Center, they collect the presidential results first and declare we are normal parliamentary. And yet, every president, Onyankro Foko no ho, they be a called another ho, Operanza de Wabato and Fanny home. You can't need any no free ho. How is that possible?
How is that possible?
It's we a penny, here be kasa some way be trewa. It is a one kasa unim dianu experience or the year Juma. And just omo epekoko scan favors everyone. I'm better down. No way national big no take certain actions, decisions are vasobia any so. And I have a national conference. Many can commit no African regent. Area meeting am any jina your friend was saying. For ya.
Yes.
And the bon come on say now what then now yes na you see you are circulating a list of contracts
Asempa
FM social media so I'm saying me in circulate here me wo mo but me circulate here the only person I'm a declare no the only do Greater Accra campaign Tema West chairman Kwesipoku ya coach Alfred Boyfie ne bayi ni pie no ne edoma bodompem ejina fie nanim ti mi pie ohun mi abodo say we nom ne omukọ no ye ne yinya ahwe no we nom na adidi no na me approach na mse kwesi jama referee ho in another 8 years no manya ahwe am pini kra me di kra ye to me free appointments no te say o boss ye ne to Ghana Gas board na yire da hada me ya mama bio me yire no na board bia so me nka ho na mo me no ya ahwe ayo mo enni bi ene omo adidi aba na ye kotoro bra na me kire woni omo gina adwuma o boss nkwan de ma na me bie document no na me say just one ministry adwuma we 2017 to 2022 project over 700 million of contracts
dollars and cedis
what they do for the currency in the betro me we are maybe ha cho no wa he obi na me ka kire ken say kwasi poku na obeka che odi a hope na me de kire me circulate ya wo me ha kan tell them say me nsuro some person me circulate ya me circulate me nsuro if I want to circulate it I will circulate it but me feel say sebi and here enti eya o mbe ka kire no say enti say ade o me de kire me say fake that means me ni ba bi o me de friend and e fake I have not given it to anybody. Meanwhile they had gone to tell Ken say me circulate something about him. The one rank the next opportunity to obenya no no bo parents attack gidi na why say 2023 April thereabouts and no bomb me attack for what I don't know till today me him the other man and I'm a coach bribe that say no delusional say then you mean no that severe form of mythomania can be do baby crana say American you begin to have a false memories and you start believing it yourself. What's my coach bribe when did for? Mayor, I'm a TA. Basically, I'm crying. The first cry lawyer. I try to remember because you soon be almost years get up a credit. What hobby?
The other thing will be, say, as campaign manager, no, would you be surprised if you try another candidate rather than Baumia wins? Or be surprised? Say you go when you na Baumia na win here. I don't know able for the set of yakwa. I know your of yakwa. It will be easy. There are things that can't happen and won't happen. You don't even need to speculate. It cannot happen. It won't happen. For any other candidate apart from Baumia to win? No. Say election now I will call. So yes. I told you I've been on the ground. If it is looking very close, so then you will be able to feel that way. You see, 2023, because of Saadiana, no more can or establishment can now one supporting our presidency, baby crowd udua to get clarity on grophobia. Yes. You know. Yes. So Eddie, who has a grophobia, somebody normal CSU, and there's Adi. We are seeing the picture clearer. We are seeing our way more clearly. What reason would anybody have today to lie to the Baumia campaign when it comes to this thing? Because I know any say Uska, Niska. Escafono. The other candidates from Wuskano. Omo. I'm gonna delegates no can some this kapudu be brom. Jomuso say Omo be who say Omo they won't vote for them. Yeah, nobody is lying to us in that sense. The question the delegates are now asking is why should we change Baumia? In fact, we've traversed, I said, 14 regions by close of an anyway, and everywhere you go, do no more starting shouting, no change, and there's no change spirit. So when you can cry, Obi, Sunyane, Nanado, 98, Nanado, no, Wuska, so you go do the spirit and the mood of the party. There was no change. That is what brought President Kufuor back. And who feels our spirit not end there? I feel it. But you've also had no can, no vote. I know the Saupa. What I starting over me, no voter. Me to me, I want to spark. He say by Chinanan Grofo for radio station. No about me, no vote. No about so what I say. But me, that kind of campaigning, I'm against it. I don't like it because what if? Oh yes, I know we need. Not the other side decides. Okay, and I'm a candidate. No, I'm a send. I'm say some more candidates. No, I'm on Twaba because no so and so no vote. That is the meaning. So when that candidate wins, not the other people who did not support him say more signal and say your candidate no more candidates no but want to because that's the meaning of no this person no vote. So I'm not a supporter of that kind of campaign. No, I disagree. No vote. I told several of the team members that then I'm dangerous. Support Nanano in the primary. Yes. Now see you really say some catches say candidates about Monto Abanti and to hold it. It is not a good campaign to launch, and that is why we don't encourage it on our side. It's a very dangerous campaign. You pray
supposed to say will be candidate a bar won't crop for the month. It is a candidate in the bar. You expect say any partner and crop for so on the Babatuana. And we say normal making in a make a sad this is a Mama normal a 2 bani via a be easier to bring our bases together rather than have long-term divisions amongst us. It's all kasem afa unuya ho. O kasa a nipa na onim sa dia wo kan aye troy nkontompo fita no watwa so because we be no area na nipa na di ho yaw deeply. So what I say to the extent say o kan by Brian say oboa zin I didn't deny him. I say yes oboa but to cause some problems so, and that is why I had to let you understand some of the problems that he caused the campaign in the region. Even his utterances, so China platforms were hand you over China. That caused the NDC to use that to charge up their base. And conformity of mu, you will cry they won't hand over to us. To mon cause mayhem. So
I said Okas as a party for no more born about Subia.
Made them a movie.
I said young
I said Obisa Sembia Obekay. Ubenya Isabi, Nipabia, a Thomas Suma on Babajos. Anna Obia, as long as you are a leader, Okasa as a base, as somehow kind of cry, the substance of assembly be muti, the first year to make a crowd on a Babajos. Indeed, we should be watchful also of the kind of public utterances that we make, which will not cause our opponents at some point in time to be such that we will all push this country to the precipice. And why?
More internal polling are more and what we've seen from some pollsters here who Global Info Analytics there consistently putting Baumia on top. Aligning with more internal polls.
We are seeing exactly what they are seeing. I believe the other campaigns are seeing exactly what we are seeing. Say you know it's a backroom chatter. And then at the end there's here because second round cry we hear all those chatter. So sometimes when you hear them publicly talking about a winner, it's okay, we can understand. They are charging up their base to feel say there is hope. Why not go election how many base hope? It's okay. That's when I don't fault anybody. But I almost to the extent say for me anti-rigging squad because we'll be by rigging election, you know. Now maybe we know lose. There was an interview I can say so no lose your friend is saying 2024 going to at the time about me ajitu no and 31st obe lose o there am on into
31st obe lose
now 2023 o lose your wanyantu
oh ajitu
exactly me BT Brian o so wanyantu
ajitu
e ho kra de yankan wi ye kan ne de na iso na no jitu ne yankan me
there's no possibility for a runoff.
I don't think there'll be
31st.
I don't think so.
No runoff.
I don't think there'll be a runoff.
We are sure.
Yeah.
Is this a who be different from the one?
Minim de who. Anybody out.
Some me who say.
Yeah.
Say Baomiako constituency A.
Yeah.
Delegates be go ebo geneso.
Yes.
Can't call the same constituency. Delegates be go ebo geneso.
Maybe na me catch Robi.
Yes.
Obi. Opa weekend. I may announce what Suhum say Obi of Asempa FM.
Yes.
Oba Ekosiise Community Center.
Okay.
And now the upper crying on Monday and they gather. Obi Baju who chana. Yet say Obi. Eba. Opa you are uncle to Aba. I was over there. I was that you did. What are be out here Asempa? Ekosiise no Obi no. Hey, Obi up Obi.
Yes.
And by our nature and culture, also as our tradition as a party. So obi kra nya akukudroji nanim say opeso gina sa election bia ye hye ni nkran hye ni bi ne say okoba bia ye bojos nkran hye sem no e bi ne say okoba bia ye bojos hye nkran sabe oba ni pe diwachi domo diwachi na de costa odi move over delegates aba be hye mu be wi obeti obi atnt ni ade enye easy obi ani obetutu ase na sabe wa ban akobu so because all that movement no e Kenya party no The party for tradition bia bia omuji obia but omukose kose ewo omutrim. And that is why I was telling you say me dey matietie mu ba nanti mu so na me hu say party no change sunsumu no. Sorry. If you say obi anywhere why compelling argument for a change in candidate. Obi anyhow.
Oh, how?
Obi anywhere why any compelling argument.
Compelling argument has been said the party needs a president and not a flag bearer.
Yes.
If they don't just need to elect a flag bearer, Obeko 2028 akwako lose.
Yes.
And to know how 2028 will go, listen to what the Ghanaian people are saying now. Say why na MPP before the neba ye beto aba amano. And they say that is not Baumia.
Delegates no manya Ghanaian people.
Osei.
Delegates no. So amonya Ivorians. Amonya Togolese. Amoye ebi doctors.
Yes.
Ebi engineers.
Yes.
Ebi lawyers.
Yes.
Ebi farmers. Ebi traders. Ebi artisans. And they are not just in Accra. Also
across the country.
They are across the whole country. What is the best measure of what Ghanaians are thinking, other than having over 210,000 delegates selected a person? What is the best measure? There is no poll.
It may not necessarily be the best measure.
Why? Because Obi the toast will be a council. No. Because Obi a president, no can say the appointees.
2023.
Yes.
Baumia won the delegates' vote.
Yes.
But lost miserably in the general election.
Yeah, but we have Yatraha Kasisia say can cry or see you lose election in 2022. Na Nigeria gaze in Zwaka says can cry and candidate gain 30%. So Obi.
Yes.
And those arguments they fall flat. And all the analysis are here from Okwe committee report, from Conrad Adnan report, from every report that we've seen on the analysis of the elections of 2024. I'm yet to see a report saying that we lost because of the candidature of Dr. Baumia. And that is why I'm saying Utie aspirants here, and I'm in a Miuska, and a Miuska. That 2024 election, Baumia went raising resources. I'm a campaign.
He
raised it. So where is this when I'm a Wuska factor? Obi say, oh, when I meet you, I'm a Numa. I can't Numa some no. I'm a match. I say Numa dia. The all agreeing. You di be in Numa. I'm on month when you na be you know. Dr. Baumia. And yeah, what's your contract? I see factory hotel near the Heavy. Dr. Baumia. But you know, the last year Mukane say NDC for the see a new be an any dear.
Yeah, to stand up
to where
you are more opposition.
Obi, my starting fee independence. The Rollins or buy a kunkumunipa near the Okroma. Say me your president beer or your cake.
Rollins and Kumnipa.
Now I'm going.
No, there is no evidence. There's a Rollins personal.
Oh no, I'm not talking of him personally. Make the regime.
Yeah, just
okay. Make the regime. AFRC so I'm chini patare to a driahu teshi bubo mu pepe. And I remember details no.
No, that's a historical fact.
Made the historical. I was alive and a schoolboy at the time. Sorry, Anopana Kumkum Omugu Teshi shooting range. What I say? Apart from Rollins, and I was saying that not to demean him, but to let you see that yes, you'll be open to trust him, will be an near dear, and you'll be an because they were your mind so that oh no, the curfews I can say, but hey, Ghana for 6 will be an that one or passes will be sorry. So, but apart from that, Kwame Nkrumah winning election, no, Osei James, prison.
James Fox.
And not grinning or the true articles. Near the end, I'm full read those times, not social media, new which articles, the boy print to a newspaper, you are the flyers. Now, I'm quite brilliant too. People voted for him not because of his militancy, but because of his ideas, how communicating to people. So, therefore, be true no crano. Omutu ni we no one who says I got for has almost penny pan who I'm going General Ankara head of state. When him General Ankara, he was very calm disposition. Nachi Buzia Nabai.
Another calm person.
A champion. 1-2 back crown of the Yeni Kuno. So when him said a champion Yeni Kuna, they did not even fire one shot. Another calm person. ofi ho general kufa achambo ada no muka sheze ja palace school ya tu o da dina eze me na me krom ni agufu another calm person Rollins ko hana by Liman Liman and by Liman Rollins beam Rollins ko Kufo by so a gentle giant anamebo Kufo ko Ghanaians had a choice between Anadone at Mills.
Yes.
Sata Anado na need kumi prekonia de anima ope militant pa in that sense at the time there. Yeah, probably an near Jane the Anado. Ghana for za kwa we the Manchester so best no. Okay.
Yes. So Mills won.
Mills won. Near friends say the title of no. I'm telling you something to let you see the kind of people Ghanaians vote for in elections.
Yeah, but
Nanado, yeah, I see who. Yes. Nanado called 2012. Oh, that be damn so kwa nehonyo. So, ono akotrefia edafe obai say the battle is the Lord's. God of forces here the man be. Look at John Mahama. He doesn't come across as sabi ubia na niso atutua. Canada Japan ya okay ya. Uza or try rebrand this say there me ho adwo. Ono ana no video baako. O say Jamaya mo say ade kakra. He's trying to rebrand to pretend say oh you come because he has realized say Ghanaians people with a gentle disposition to lead them.
No, by in driving the let Ken be Ken narrative.
Yeah.
What they've said, they say yes, one by antecedent, no, yenya very so many calm precedents.
Yeah.
But it has left us with a certain result.
Then
that result, no, now
Matthias,
the times now call for a different.
Then they should allow him to be Ken. I don't know what manager in the casa. It's almost stroke class of Kasa of CAF.
Yeah, they said that is what the Ghanaian
people. It's the Nakojina Pope Pitachi, say on preachy. And you know, say,
when pretty already out is.
And you mona, I say, and you can say, Nipanigu out and any more. I'm just saying, come here with you. And I want a video. It's on video. And an interview. I say, here, so they are Omuguho, they are Asempa Kramaya or Ufi. People were lying prostrate in front of the altar. If it is good and we should let Ken be Kenner, that is the Ken we know. Why are they trying to rebrand him? Oko Pakijino, no makoshe wolf in sheepskin. I'm not Bregana for Siento. No, let Ken be Ken. I agree with them.
But you don't.
Momane kosun kika said ya okikano. Mafi Ken na otu bomb.
You don't believe that that's the disposition of President Ayenya around the world. In Tiaman for drop parallels between Ono and Donald Trump, for example, and that we've gotten to a point the era of Yenya people who are politically right all the time in power, no, and share them white who here anti-system mavericks or more or be Canadian or Canocre or your honest or that is what
now. Or say me makoji bribe NDC for no cre.
No, men can't say women.
What's wrong with your kind of crazy?
Campaigners air can. That's what they are saying.
But it's not true. As far as I know, we can't true. If he is able to say, "Ontre, the challenging and never stations," they become a J bribe when this year. The video is there. He accused me in front of delegates, and that, as an engineer, I'll tell you, it's called proof by counter example. Because we can't transfer me home that I can put a finger on. I can say so. Kind of crap. I'm kind of crazy. It's about being painting metoma Ghana force Ken or kind of crazy. I'm kind of crazy and kind of crazy. The Ken that I know when he has an interest in some matter, not threats, intimidation towards a person until they already. That's what I know.
That is what you know.
Yeah, that's what I know.
And that's something we don't know.
And that's what I'm telling you. Says I didn't know who now. Oh yeah, yo, so can I then a debia. Name sounds threatening. Hey, some people from if you know we want power through a bad thing, are we a patriot of this country? Say it. Men can say omoya, me can say. When I started bringing out his matters, I didn't say oh yeah, may you say. I just went out and put things out there. So what I say. Enti say me operation am tie na oni me ho bibi na ebo. Na me tra hanka say operation no yeah. Me ye dem aye. Dia wo bia opesa oka no. Bra na beka. Na jai sa de na ase threats, intimidation. Akwa we there. Ebi no go kikafa attach ya ho na no. Omo wie omo say the person that high a diamond or Sokoto diamond and then attaching a Katie Hammond. What had Katie Hammond said to warrant him on that network saying those things that he said? Say no cry. I'm just kind of cry. Say no cry. I no cover attaching. Attaching came out and says, "Who to die be a mammy? Also want to die mammy the high or chihini for at least for a title no ebremi because all mammy die be I. Is that the person that is your kind of cry?" What else? And attach I can say, "Oh, he threw a portrait, but it's me a da me can't answer. Now, if I'm a passport to Mra, now also for a passport to Mra, near that me New Gina he threw airport at the same time. I can't say, Asem. He has been challenged. The more be I can't say, or kind of simply because Obi can't be any day, Obi be a umpe, I know here baby will be one umpa. Now, to know, I can't attacks. That is what you will be a feel say, and what. Madam, Obi. I buy contracts, my DMP 16 years, my politics more these days. I always tell them, say
that it is not an illegal thing to get government.
It is not
a choice you
exactly. Enti say Asempa na me can. I always tell him, can. Me there was a man me can. Unyo bia mfrɛ me kan kyerɛ me nya yo. Cause me nko bia on go srehwe. Me nkope contract will be all those times I wa buy mu no. Na obi abɛfrɛ me so chale we there say there be na wo na there be I remember the time I was when Indians be ebetumi aye national identification system no better than we the attacks he launched on Professor Tifa in this country. We all saw it. Now if you have people who can do a system better than what somebody has selected, go through the tender process. Now no more will be say challenging on name rumor or no. So omubodi ni or say oboba GRA will go after them. Really? Ope president you are afraid to pay taxes. Ope president you are if your companies
no, sir, he said that within context.
What
the
context?
Was previously when he attempted doing that.
Yes.
His staff near they were harassed.
How? Obi, moti hey, say moti amo taxes, staff, corporate taxes. There. Who will harass you? Who will harass you? Why are you afraid to mention say Juma we media? Nipa do say in the room. Why you know say BBI na repair? Obi am harass you. It is because they are non-existent.
Would you be able to, as a party member, flag bearer?
Why not? It's a choice of the base of the party. You never compare boy. It is a kafan who a man for better. Rebecca, near a better I this one sword or no has for this one. Come and be a politician.
Free wakumam.
Me free makumam pa. As a me cousin Nanado man support Nanado in primaries. That fall on a primaries or going. I never supported him. Yeah. But each of those elections, so you can check the record in Zoom. In fact, in most cases, I remember 2008 second round. Yes. Remember winning media. Me boajuma mo bi bisa said I said we win here we not know when you brace. I was a question someone asked me say I'm say hey anya me MP ne pen hear me o me pese me nipa no ebe tra akonya kese so because that is what will give meaning to MP na me so media no. Yes and yes Kennedy win here ye nyina be tie na chi Brian win here ye nyina be tie na chi aduchum kwabna obi a win here e be tie na chi almost sellable points yes sell ya ebe ebe sell amom obi anka se sa nipa nyina omudi president of Ghana enye that is not the argument here. Obi adibia we are looking for the best choice for the MPP today and on the argument no na nsem ni bia ye kan yi no ye based on omo nsem a omaka no na me ka chiro bi se adan na Ken e ka se asofo na Christopher egu om tse nkraman a obi anka hwe na me ko repeat ka say na Ken kai obi zi me di na tem.
So the person thinks necessary so
idea is already in the public domain. It's on the internet.
It's not a certain visibility.
So why won't that person start off by condemning Asempa Okai and saying, yeah, dear, you condemn it at the time Okai? Ebra Oko attack him as a magic bribe name as if it was April. April, May, June, July, August, September, around October, I'm saying, yeah, me, no, you are not known to speak like this, really. Who told you, sir, somebody has a monopoly over how to speak and how to do? Nobody. Obi anywhere. Onunkwana said they are kasafano or what's to me. So what I say. And I am a cancer be say in our politicians. Secrets. Crawford secrets and Obi are the be brave. So what I say. But we are circumspect. So my name Brian was a mammy. But my name co-election. If election you may win. I don't go when I mean you who some winning abefa emu most of the time na chief of staff Julius and na utifia no be the name sem Abrel because me ne Brian we are candidate oba Julius me say oh akọ me biti in any way adena me akọ keka sa nsem we na majai enti my message to Kennedy is say oh who say sa illusion no create our mind say me dey mechanical kware me dey simply because e be a obi one na di won komobi enti da ne ho betre wo ho pe no ayi apie ne nyina betumi ayebi.
Honorable, my main kind messages kakani and fan common in here. We have 7 minutes to 7. We say hello, Obi. I think you've allowed Honorable Opariansa to put out some untruths. Can he prove when Honorable Ken said the church people are like dogs in his house? And can you please ask him why it is only Dr. Baumia that receives endorsement? Tell him to remember fake delegates. Thank you. Yao Ousu, Ewo Lakeside Estate. And for more mutia or message 0548 443 523. Your WhatsApp number and 0548 443 523. Where say Obi, I agree with your guest Opariansa that Ken is not truthful. A truthful and honest man will not run away from paying taxes by refusing to mention his businesses. Brian Champon gave him 5 million Ghana and he failed to declare and didn't pay gift tax. Kwame Asante Edie Enono. We say Obi, Honorable Frederick Opariansa is not telling the truth on your program. DMB is the originator of Momo interoperability. The NDC started it, but the cost they put on it was what the NPP managed to beat down. PK, Columbus, Ohio. This one says, okay. Obi, good evening. In fact, the second part of your broadcast from the other camp has been quite dull and unengaging. Honorable Opariansa has not delivered a substantive message. All his statements today are mere allegations and unfounded claims, which appear to be deliberate propaganda. Osei, I am curious as to why you would permit him to make such assertions without any proof or credible evidence. These stories are nothing more than baseless fabrications, akin to Aesop's fables. We are beyond the stage where propaganda and sensationalism serve any constructive purpose. Kindly advise him to focus on what his candidate plans to accomplish if elected, including specific policies, strategies, and concrete proposals, rather than resorting to unsubstantiated accusations. Thank you. Samuel Ochre Abayi, Finland, Team Ken, Ewo, Finland, and on the way up. This one says that Obi, kindly ask Honorable Opariansa why almost all those former appointees with corruption scandals around them in Anado's government are all following Dr. Baumia. Kindly ask him if those people's association with Baumia has any impact on his campaign. Mauli Ewo Tema. Mauli, thank you. This one says, Obi, good evening. I don't okay, we say Obi, former President Nana Addo Dankwa's first degree was in economics at the University of Ghana. Still, it was salt pond. In response to a question, say economists be a president. Yeah, but sure. We say Obi. Okay. Honorable Frederick Opariansa, you are in the studio at Asempa FM to promote your candidate. Yet in the past 21 minutes, you've mentioned Honorable Ken Ejapon's name 12 times and attacked Jojo Rocky Obeng 9 times. This clearly shows you have no message for your candidate. Nana Dankwa and ono the way Nana Dankwa yedase papa. Ma yenshe. Kindly ask my brother for me, Obi. How many polling station executives were employed in Ken's company? Citizen Abacha Otakwa. Okay, that's a question I suppose for Rocky Obeng, but I think Ntimi Ama Mekayensa and Tembaye Dase nonetheless for coming through with this one. We say Obi. Prophet L. Bernard is more of a campaign manager than a prophet. Now, okay, I say please let's move on. Mami Efia Akoto and on the way Abba. This one says that Obi, please tell my boss to relax. Those following Honorable Ken should make sure they don't take any money, else if he loses, they would hear their names on air. Nana Amponsa Bediakon Edia Enono. Obi, Honorable Opariansa was referring to Alex Kwekutete, who said the NPP is rigging the election for Team Baumia. Okay, I'm taking Rashid and anyway, Abba. Good evening, Obi. Great submission by Honorable Opariansa. We, the NPP delegates, have made up our minds. 25 days more to go. We were asked to find X when the campaign started. Today we have found the X. X is equal to 3. We are all voting number 3 on the ballot paper come January 1st. Inshallah. Master Planner Junior Edie Enono. We say, hey, MPP, Obi, my greetings to Honorable Opare Ansa Keki Edia Onodia Breye Enono. Guy G, a member of Team Ken, say Obi, in fact, an honorable style of communication is maligning, slandering, defaming, disparaging, and bad. Whether true or false, the intent is to damage the reputation of Dr. Brian Echampong. So far, not one policy or one thing DMB intended doing has he said. Isn't it a shame? Total waste and propaganda. They are feeling the heat. Guy G, Team Ken. Yes. Obi, greetings to the man Watusi. For me, he's too much. Alex Martinson, Suhum, and on the way praying. Obi, tell Honorable Opariansa that he should keep calm. It is a done deal for DMB. He should rather prepare his strategy to bring on board his colleagues on the other side from February 1st, 2026, from his Vice P, Ewa Katanga, 1993-1994. Okay. Let's see. We say Obi elder pa shepherding the prophecy into fulfillment. Now was okay. I hear you. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Mahuni Pakro. Wow. Okay. Sure, to me, shepherding prophecy. Anyways, we say Obi, good evening. I'm listening to Honorable Opariansa, and I am not surprised DMB lost the 2024 election in such a humiliating manner. This is about the first time I have made time to listen to him, and also then I am not surprised they led DMB to such a humiliating defeat. Nana Dubin and on the way, Abba Nana Dubin, Yedase Papa. Obi, please tell Opariansa that drone was not introduced to Ghana by the late. Please tell him that drone was introduced to Ghana by the late Dr. Thomas Mensah. Baumia had nothing to do with it. 2. Interoperability was introduced by the then NDC government. If you remember, ask him why Dr. Esiama, the current governor of the Bank of Ghana, was taken to court. Opariansa and his team has no message for us, the delegate. Nana K from Wager Bawe and on the way are praying. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma yentwa so we say Obi. Happy New Year. How are you and the production team? I'm surprised you allowed Honorable Opariansa to credit the innovation of woman money interoperability to Dr. Baumia. You should have corrected him. Dr. Baumia himself admitted publicly that he came to meet that contract and renegotiated, saying, how can he be the brain behind the model he came to meet and claimed he renegotiated it? Kirk Mensah, a regional communications officer for the NDC, our Western region, and a communications manager for Ghana Gas Company Limited, and on the way Abreye. Honorable Frederick Opariansa, a campaign manager at the Dr. Mahamadou Baumia campaign. Ono ne no AD and Komo. We say Obi Watuse solid from London, aka Agudi, and on the way Abreye. That's it. Good evening, Obi. God has already chosen Dr. Baumia. Great submission by Honorable Opariansa. Affection, e would yao in Quanta, and on the way Abba. Affection, yeah, that's it. Papa. Messages the door, so you take it time I am running so aso non sonenya abwanesa. Honorable final comment here, sorry.
Say Obi bisa video na Ken kaso mo yen krama no.
Yes.
Obi ni tupa mefo de ama na de atomo ayizo
video only journalist ben na kasa.
Yeah, friend is saying Paul Adomoj.
Oh, okay.
Indeed, I can forward it to you now. Or the Atomo portal also. Now I'm for just to clarify this matter. Rani wo atanga na near to nyumbi ditia unity for. See obiara koka asem na ase konti. Omo ko akoka omo kan some way. Mean to make our radio so. Na omutina abu anaze sukuu na omanko ayada azebi amekai about mobile money interoperability but me that is my field. See what NDC had wanted to do and what pertained elsewhere in Africa, what we call the industry interoperability, where ubetumi send this car from one network to another. What Dr. Baumia brought about
Asempa FM.
What I described, which allows you to move money, like you can interact with your bank account, you can interact with payment systems of utility services and whoever, and able to make the momotia and normal baby. That is the thing that we are talking about. He Obi as engineer unji onona at the barrier sometimes. Obi as Dr. Mensah and the drones. Ebai ubetumi Dr. Mensah machine severally ubetumi enya idea upese ode eye bibi mo man dia obeye kra obenya de obe facilitate ama wa ban mu problem.
Okay,
so what I say and I said this somewhere that some people say Dr. Baumia enya firm untumi take decisions and I even question say do you feel say the 34 or so interventions or the bois abayano on kwani trima semana there be but he's somebody who listens. If you approach him with an idea obetie are how ebetumi aboa economy no aboa abayana mamu, then you go to his boss and say this so me akwanya nka mepese me put team be under me together so that we look at these things. But about me on engineer on designing drone network but ono our buying mono and a shema yetumi de etiase ne kwaye betumi afa so aboaye. So what I say and no gigina mu and no na yeka and say Dr. Baumia na koto drones as his personal way free in the pocket there be, and most of the interventions now or the buy which had to do with normal bisano, most of them were private sector led. The brain na buying Iska.
Sure.
And so when he is modeling solutions, he looks at how to lessen the burden on government. Even in the last budget, he mentioned the last manifesto. He mentioned he will cut government expenditure by about 3% of GDP annually, and use that to support the private sector growth. I'm a businessman. Second. Or buy more per contracts akese omenya sa 3%. Agana oni me GDP so we be 3% now. What it translates to in cedis, you are talking something between 20 to 30 billion cedis annually of GDP. That is what is going to open up for the private sector to take up a lot of Aban services and ordinarily aban for na be directly you know say efficiency or aban mono eso or link that to how obeti the ministers no so if he says where you human be brave ama private sector you na empower they don't need so many ministers it's in adwene our person dey ade ni nyina no clear his thought processes. A few people were saying say me betra ha no manka Dr. Baumia the ode ba the baba be do general election so e ba be kan nyina wa ha say see any delegates there kasa me ne oti ha ye church say mu ono gira ba bi ne delegates there kasa na nisu ade ho wo ema party no na nisu ade ho wo ema delegates ene ema oman no see nya kwan e be di oman so he's telling the delegates and they are listening and the hide them betrana san samno na sabe me be kan as they amato buabo osrata so no na mo memrepam ayetisi ene Ghana fo nyina edi enkita ho no e be ba be disa nkomo no but notwithstanding remember here ensu mfi say solutions are your profile to do in 2024 elections no. It cannot be the same things that will come and tell Ghanaians. Yes. For instance, yes, you be 11. This is about when you 11. So should I come and sit here and tell you, say, Dr. Baumia Soba, obey 11 free because as a minimum, they are also him. And this engagement, I believe, was to look at the campaigns. Ekoso, Yedie, and your contemporaries in there. Yen Fahunsun 2 years na yahufu. The Kendia Ebam near Dianano was also based on the fact say sabi ne rep ni free hana me buy I can't say be brave na sabi insisi so ma me tisi enya abotre ndi chechire those things mu enti anya say me buy say me be slander Ken you ask me says Ken ewinia me so far bibia me kafa Ken ho no I told you that it's already public knowledge and no na make ho asem was ebinu feel say Mabetra Gaji was saying, I'm just being slanderous. There's the Gaji. Everything I said about Ken is out in the public domain. His attacks on Professor Tifa, his threats to people. Say, why you say, and you may say, Upa, I'm not the one saying it. I am advising him. Say, person repackaging the home to say they are not looking like 10% by Umia. And you're repackaging a year. As a most we should let Ken be Ken there. Then not restrain him. Allow him no kasa say dey him no. That's a yakase say na Ken e kan yen so a. Mama nkase yakase tia no. Cause men kase tia no. Obi bisa say ehe no koka say Christopher na dey that form alter na him no. It is say ni fie kraman. Me dey achro. It's on video. Paul Adomochre has done a whole way about it. And it circulates on social media. They should decide whether they want Ken to be Ken or they want Ken to be like 10% Baumia.
Honorable Frederick Opariansa, Papa. One of your party members, Tego, sending me this prayer, say, no need prayer for his party, the NPP in Temenkai. Quote, let me end with a word from Holy Scripture and pardon me that I take the liberty of amending it slightly to make my point. Psalm 122, 6-8. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Pray for the peace of the NPP. Pray for the peace of Ghana. May they prosper who love you. Peace be within our walls. Peace be within our homes and offices. Prosperity within our country and our communities. For the sake of my brethren and companions, for the sake of my colleagues in the NPP and in our country, I will now say peace be within us. Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, May 29th, 2015. In the way they need Ekosiise Diabasa Yenkai. And on that note, we would say a big good evening to all of you. Honorable Asempa Papa Sobekaya. We wish you very well. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Ekosiise On Asempa, Bonsu. On behalf of the production team and on behalf of our proud sponsors, Africa Queen Mackerel, EcoBank, Ghana, Syntex Tank, Power Jet Batteries, Franco Trading Enterprise, and Atabia Herbal. We say a big thank you to all of you. Nyame adomwa ochina yebesen aba ye day 4 of the Beginning the Year Right series ebe bremo. And once again, Muamuye interested in joining the Beginning the Year Right conference on the 17th of January Movenpick Hotel mon friend number we na yen register mo 0243 266 472 0243 266 472 0243 266 472 ofra na ya register kama na bibia etumi akoye. Yeah, sorry